coming, FDMG is coming, FDMG is coming, is coming. FDMG is coming, FDMG is coming, FDMG is coming, is coming, it's 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 coming, oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming, FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking, it's twerking.
All right, thank you all so much for tuning on in to another live stream. We're going to pick up where we left off on a couple of days ago. Yesterday was my birthday, 50 years, made it. I'm thankful, I'm grateful. Thanks everyone who tuned in to the live stream yesterday for sort of a 50th birthday celebration. I want to thank everyone who tuned in. Also, thanks everyone who blessed me with the super chats. I got Cash Apps and PayPal too. So thank you guys so very much. I really do appreciate it. And real quick, my family and I, we had a good time yesterday. I would say it was the best birthday I've had. We started with my wife and our older two boys. I took my wife to Ethiopian restaurant. That's her favorite food. Food was excellent. We had a great time. And then we went to watch the new Predator movie. And that's with the younger children, plus my oldest son, my second son. He was hanging out with one of his friends. We also opened up gifts and all that stuff too. So we had a really, really great day yesterday. So I'm a blessed man. I'm thankful. I'm thankful to be 50 years old. Also, I'm thankful that I have you guys in my life, and I don't take any of you guys for granted. Thank you so much for all of the support over the years. And thank you guys for consistently showing up to these live streams. Okay, I really do appreciate it. All right. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to pick up with the video, one of the more recent videos. There's actually, it's the most recent video where Umar Johnson is inside of his mama's closet. This is from the 15th, and we're kind of halfway through the first video. There's a second video. What I like to do today is try to get through both of these videos to have a reset for tomorrow, because I have a video. A lot of people haven't seen this one or heard of it. Or Umar was interviewed. He's in his mama's closet. This was like maybe about 4 or 5 days ago, and he gives an update on FDMG. Now, I haven't listened to it, but I already know it's going to be crazy. So I want to get to that, and then that'll get us reset for the weekend. If Umar goes live over the weekend or there's a new video, then we'll probably get together then. But I normally don't live stream on the weekends. But I do plan on having the next segment of the documentary available for members. I'm thinking Saturday, and then it may be Sunday, but I'll let you guys know. Whatever days where there's not something that's premiering or I'm not live streaming, I'll upload something for everyone, a replay of an older video. It can be 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour. I like to try to keep it around 20 minutes, because 20 to 30 minutes, because I've noticed that that's what people like the most. And that way people can get together in the Cookie Crush Chat and hang out while I'm not live streaming, because it's at this point, it's about the Cookie Crush Chat, not so much about Umar. Okay. All right. So that's the plan for this weekend. Again, thank you guys, everyone inside the chat room. I want to pick right back up where we left off yesterday. And there is a poll question too, by the way. Let me ask the poll question. We already have over 300 votes already. Should a 51-year-old man be living in his mama's closet? 10% say yes, 90% say no. It's fascinating that Umar, he has everything to say about what Black people should be doing. He does he always talking about Black men, and oftentimes his narrative about Black men is very, very negative. And yet he has been homeless since 2019 and has been living in his mama's closet. Okay, I know it's more complicated than that, but that's how I say it, since 2020. So at this point, it's over 5 years, half a decade. And yet he has everything to say about what Black men need to be doing. He doesn't have his own place. He doesn't have his own car. He uses donation monies to rent cars. The guy, he's basically an international hobo. He travels, he doesn't have his own place to stay. He's been living off of Black people since 2011. And yet he has everything to say to Black people in terms of what they should be doing, what Black men, who you should be marrying, who you should be dating, what you should be, how you should be raising your children, you Black women, what you should be doing with your children, and how you guys ain't doing the right thing by your children. But that's Umar. He's a total hypocrite. So I just want to outline that, and that's the poll. 10%. I don't know why they would say yes, but 10% say, yeah, 51-year-old man be living inside the mama closet. And if people would argue, well, he's the primary caretaker. No, on paper, he's the primary caretaker. But in practice, he's not the primary caretaker. We know that this year from Lenon coming in, speaking out against Umar. Umar, when he's traveling, who's taking care of his mama? And in the past, when he would be traveling most of the year, who was taking care of his mama? Not Umar, because he wasn't even there. He's living off of his mother. There's a difference. Okay, so no, there's no excuse for someone who's 51 years old, who's raised millions of dollars for a school that does not exist in Wilmington, Delaware, to be living inside of his mama's Section 8 housing. That's absurd. Now, on the other hand, you know, could Umar have taken some of this money that he's tricked off on turning the heat down, or gambling, or traveling around the world, or dashikis, or food, or rental cars? Could he take some of this money and got himself his own place where he's on the lease, he's on a rental agreement, or he's on the mortgage, and then move this mama in, and it's not in the hood, and it's not Section 8 housing and filthy, as we know it to be? Could he have done something like that? Yeah. Why didn't he do that? Because he's not his mother's primary caretaker. He's not even his own primary caretaker. You donors are Umar Johnson's primary caretaker. Something to think about. Okay. All right. Let's get into, let me get to these super chats real quick, and then we're going to get into, I keep saying to myself, is it real? Yeah, it's real quick, right? Or should I just say quickly? Someone correct me. Okay. So I know some of you guys are a lot smarter than I am. I always say more, let's do this real quick. Or I'll say right quick sometimes. Okay, Sky says, happy birthday, Len. Thank you so much. I got to 50 yesterday, and I'm so thankful. I was tired, too, today. I was so tired, but we had a great time because we was running, ripping and running. All right, thank you, Sky, for the super chat and the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. The CJ says, the community and fellowship you had for your birthday yesterday is everything Umar wishes he had. Yeah. And it's not just with my family. It's also with you guys, you know. It was really nice. I really appreciated that, and so much love in the chat room and support. I really appreciate that. But that's the Cook chat. It's evolved into that over many years, and I haven't seen anything like it. I'm sure there's probably other, because I'm not really on YouTube watching other people's videos, but I'm sure there's probably some other YouTubers out there or content creators who have chat rooms who are supportive like that. But I haven't seen it. You know, but I'm sure there are, but it's something very special. I'm so thankful. And, you know, I remember, I think Black Anonymous mentioned this recently. There's been times where Umar on his birthday, he's hanging out inside of cemeteries. So it's not like he has a wife that's doing things for him, or his children are there with him, or it's celebratory. It's not like, you know, there's something going on that would make him feel good about his life. There many times he's by himself. Well, there's a reason for that. He's burned so many bridges. You know, he's disrespected so many people, and I'm not just talking online and his donors disrespect his donors. I'm talking about even in his personal life. He said it in 2019, February 2019. He says, I don't have any friends. I have my mama. Well, that's because ultimately Umar has destroyed relationships over and over and over again, whether that is in his personal life with family members, so forth and so on, or on the internet, or within the community where he goes and he speaks and so forth and so on. He's done all types of horrible things out there in the grassroots space, in the Black conscious space. So the point is that it's sad, but it's his own doing, you know. And I remember one time he was inside of a cemetery on his birthday, just him live streaming. What else can be said? Okay. Thanks, CJ, for the super chat. The Secure the Bag production says, happy birthday, Lenon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I see you. I see you say Secure the Bag Productions. Is it music production? Let me know, okay? Because I don't know if it's going to be petty today. Take some time. We might have some time to be petty today. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be petty, but sometimes we have to let it out. Okay. All right. Thank you to Secure the Bag Productions for the super chat. I appreciate it. Someone said Umar's a necromancer. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he dead people. Anything dead, he's into it. Thanks for the super chat and thanks for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Also, everyone who sent birthday wishes through Cash App and PayPal yesterday. Thank you guys so much. Okay, I appreciate it. User225 says, in my opinion, nothing wrong living with your parents, especially if you take care of them. Multi-generational households are still common in Asia. That's not what Umar Johnson is doing, though. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. He's been living off of his mom. He's not on the lease. Okay. He's not supposed to be living there. When I mean living there, like you have your stuff there, you have a place, to sleep, and you're there. It's not like you're just coming in to take care of the mama as a primary caretaker. In fact, he's been doing a little of that in the first place. He's had other people come in to take care of his mama, including Lenon. I wonder how many other women are out there that Umar had come through to take care of his mama while he's out parading around the United States or around the country or around the world. So he's not supposed to be living there. That's the point. And yet Umar has been living there. So he's living off of his mama. He don't got to pay no rent. That's Section 8 housing. He's living off the government. Real talk. You guys understand what I'm saying? Umar's been living off of the government that he claims we're against, and we're not taking any government funds for FDMG and but you've been living off of the government in this Section 8 housing. Okay, that's something totally different than if there's a family dynamic where you have children or nieces or nephews or even grandchildren, for that matter, taking care of the big mama, as we used to say, or let's just say the grandparent, or in some cases the great grandparent or grandparents, right? But that's not what this is with Umar. See, and he doesn't have a culture or a family dynamic wherein it's a cultural practice where this takes place. No, what it is Umar, he holds his mother hostage from his other siblings and family members because she is his possession. She's his meal ticket. Something totally different, right? Thank you, User225, for the clarification. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Is that DeMar says, get a job, Umar. Walmart is always hiring at this time. They sure are. them backroom associates need help. Can you imagine? Umar would just be standing back there. He'd just be standing back there. Everybody else working. He'd just be in the back on his phone. He'd be on his phone looking at. All right. Shout out to Lynn in the cooker chat. Thanks, Is that tomorrow for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Thank you again for tuning on in. By the way, if at any point you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, our goal is 700. With 500, we always get that right real quick. So we're gonna go for 700 as the standard goal during our live stream. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you guys for tuning on in. And we're going to pick back up where we left off a couple of days ago. And here we go.
You're going twice.
Now, thanks again. Is that Umar?
Sister Sasha going 3 times. Let me remove Sister Sasha.
Yeah, let me get this thing.
I don't want you on the end. Do not tap in unless you have a question. Sister Ukina going once. Sister Ukina going twice. Sister Ukina, I need to see your face, beautiful.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dr. Umar.
Yeah, hold on, everybody.
Okay, you have a question, Mama?
Mama? Huh?
I do. So
why I can't see your face?
Okay.
Show me that beautiful face. Show me that beautiful. I don't care if you got a hair.
Dr. Umar, I'm not a black queen. I'm so sorry.
She's trolling him. Here we go.
Sorry, I'm not a black queen, but I do have a question.
You don't sound like a white queen. What's your ethnicity?
I'm Filipino, Dr. Umar.
Oh, shout out to the Filipinos. Lumpia in the house. Right on.
All right, come on. I'm gonna let you come on in. You Filipino. I'm gonna let you come on in. Come on, sister.
Okay, wait a minute, Umar. Wasn't you calling Dave Chappelle's Filipina wife? You were saying she was a snow bunny? Which one is it? Don't tell me you're just trying to have her on to see if you can get you crutch you some lumpia cookies. Now I can say it because I'm part Filipino myself. By the way, people don't know that. My grandfather on my mama's side was from Cebu, so I can say it. Umar, you probably want to get some of them lumpia cookies with a little soy sauce and vinegar on the side. That's probably what it is. That's why I can make Asian jokes. I can get away with it. All right, here we go. That's the only reason why Umar gonna have her on here. Let's see.
Come on.
Oh,
Come on in.
okay.
Come on.
Okay, no. I have
right. Come on.
No, I'm not white. I'm not white.
Yeah, she Filipina. She Filipino. I can already tell right away. I could already tell. Here we go.
Wait, this is not white. Anyways.
Wait, let me...
Dang, someone said they was born in the Philippines. Okay. All right. yeah. Over. I know. I already did all the research and everything. Here we go.
I have a question, Dr. Umar.
Black.
That's why we're telling people we don't really have a lot of white ancestry, even genetically speaking. You know, because my grandfather's wife, she was from Africa, or she was born in the United States of America, but her father came from Africa, from the Cape Verde Islands. Anyway, here we go. Let's see, because I think Umar, he probably figured, okay, if I got a young Filipino on here, I can see if I can run a little game. Let's see.
Let me see your face, woman. Show me.
I am not black, Dr. Umar. I'm not black. I'm not black.
Let me see you then. Let me see you one time.
She sounds young. She just calling in trolling him. Let's see.
Nah, you sound like
no. You see, I'm not black. This is not black.
Show your face. You might be Filipino, but show your face.
You
okay,
wait.
Because a lot of y'all Filipinos are African ancestry. Move your hand. Okay.
Yeah, she Filipino.
Go right ahead. Ask your question. What's up with all them ears?
Okay.
I can tell right away.
What's up with all them rings, Seisha? What's up with all them rings?
I like it, Dr. Umar. Okay, so I have a question.
Sure,
so do you think Melanesians are black? Because there's a lot of
there's a lot of them are.
I agree.
A lot of them are.
No, they're not. What are you talking about? Everybody black now? Well, then you can't. How can you say it? Well, because my grandfather was Filipino. What are you talking about? Okay, I know what it is. Umar, I think you just trying to run game because you trying to get some of that lumpia cookie on the, that's what I think. Yeah, they're black. What is black then? Now, if he said, yeah, they have African ancestry, okay, yeah, I can see that. There are Filipinos who are darker than I am. A lot of people don't know that. Talking about skin color, melanin. But yeah, I can see them saying something like, yeah, well, yeah, okay, but black is, listen, people, we've talked about this many times before. Black is a social construct. It's been used by oppressors in different places around the world. But over here in the United States of America, Filipinos aren't considered to be black people. Now, Filipinos, they're considered, when I was growing up, Filipinos were considered to be black Asian people, meaning, not in a positive way. Like Asian people look down upon, Filipinos. Like, yeah, those are the black version of us, that kind of thing. Okay, I probably shouldn't be saying it, but that's how it was. But when we talk about black, even as a social construct here in the United States of America, Filipinos are not black. So why is Umar doing this? We're going to find out. Let's see.
I agree too, because there's a lot of black people in the Philippines that are ETA, right? They're not necessarily African, but they're still black. What do you think of those kinds of those races, right?
Right.
Those aren't races. Anyway, this is a young lady. Let me let it go.
Well, here's the thing. You have race and you have ethnicity, and then you have identity, right? So there's a strong African presence in Melanesia. Well documented, by the way. Well documented by both black and white scholars. But then the question becomes
but that's African. I understand what Umar, I get it. Let's let this go.
Do they know their history and do they identify with the race? Because again,
you're not going to let Sheldon Pan say. Yeah. Filipinos, really nice people in general, like really nice people.
And for me, it's not just enough to be biologically black. You have to identify with the race. I was in Australia last November, right? In the Aboriginals of Australia.
Okay, there is no black race too, by the way. Anyway, that's a social construct. Umar, you all over the place. Let's go.
Australia, it has been proven that they are the first Africans. Turn your phone down, Sage. They are the first Africans to leave the continent. It is widely believed that the
She's trolling him. She's just a baby too. She just called in messing with Umar. Umar trying who she is. She's just a baby. She trolling Umar. And his goof, he just going with it like, yeah, you know. Umar is funny. Let's go.
Aboriginal Australians are the first Africans to leave the continent. But let me ask you this. Why do you ask that question? Why do you ask that question?
I ask that because it's a lot of Aboriginals that I know that consider themselves black, but a lot of African Americans don't consider themselves black, right?
Uh-huh.
No,
well, that's because a lot of African Americans suffer from self-hatred. We've been beat
Here he go. He got to start talking bad about black people.
down so much in this country that we don't want to be black anymore. A lot of us. That's all that is. That's just self-hatred.
So why do you think a lot of African Americans have self-hatred?
Because of slavery, oppression, 21st century Jim Crow. You know what we've been through in this country. 500 years.
Honestly, no, that's fair. Like, I feel like a lot of Filipinos hold a lot of self-hatred because of a colonization.
No, this is true too. This is very true.
And like, a lot of them want to claim other races, like Japanese, Spanish, and it's like, bitch, we're
Yeah. That's true. She ain't lying.
Filipino, like. And it'd be the most Filipino-looking motherfucker to claim any other race, which is crazy. Anyways, I'm sorry. I feel like the people want me to go, but it was really nice talking to you, Dr. Umar.
Umar was trying to get her off of here. Once he realized it, he was like, "Let me get her off of here."
Likewise,
thank you.
Likewise.
Bye.
No all right. Let's go back to the phones. Shout out to the Filipino Africans. Shout out to the Filipino Africans.
How could you say Filipino Africans, Umar, when you were calling Dave Chappelle's wife, who's Filipino, you were calling her a snow bunny or rice bunny or whatever you were saying?
Shout out to the Filipino Africans.
Thanks, Cassandra. Cassandra sent in a super sticker, says, "Happy belated birthday." Thank you so much. Yeah, yesterday was my 50th birthday, y'all. I made it. Okay, I still want to be around for another 10, 20, 30 years, if possible, 40. We'll see. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Christina says, Umar a clown, insists Marianne not playing with it. Yeah, I know. She sure not. He really messed up on that one. He sure did. He sure did. That's one of his big, and I've been researching and doing shows on Umar for years. This is one of his biggest mistakes, was that video that he did, the fish tank video that he did talking about Lenon. Was one of his biggest mistakes. He hasn't recovered since. And I don't think he's ever going to recover, to be honest with you. Even going into next year, it's going to carry with this one of his biggest mistakes, period. Thanks, Christina, for super chat. Jeffrey says, Umar is always scheming on fresh batch. Yeah, he is. Umar's always scheming on fresh batch of cookies. Yeah, because you asked the question, why would he have her on? You know, and I've heard him say horrible things about Asian people too. Well, I shouldn't say Asian, but let's just say Filipinos, especially when he was disrespectful towards Dave Chappelle. I've heard him say some horrible things, but he'll have her on. You know, but then once he realized that it wasn't going the way that he was like, yeah, okay, well, thanks for calling it in. That's Umar. Thanks, Jeffrey, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go. Yeah, he is. He's upset. I can tell. Look at him. What's up, Derek? He spent more time trying to see her face than okay. Someone said Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon Africans. Okay. Thanks, Derek. Hey, Maddie. Yeah, what does he have to see their faces? Yeah. That's what Umar, he always does. And he wants to see, and he wants to know where they're calling from, and he wants to be able to see them. Black Mario. Black markets. All right. How's it going, Lene?
Good
Yeah, he
morning,
does.
my queen. You're in South Carolina. What is your first name?
Hey, look, please check your email.
Crystal,
okay, I'll
I
go check it
didn't
right
read
now.
your text, Crystal, so you can just go ahead and ask your question live.
So I am a 44-year-old single professional raising an 8-year-old son who's in 3rd grade. All of his teachers have complained about his lack of focus in school from pre-K up into 3rd grade. So his 3rd grade teacher is saying that she believes he has ADD.
ADHD. There is no more ADD. There's only ADHD.
Okay, so she said the one that's not hyper, but the one where he lacks focus and is not attentive.
Okay, let me share something with you. You listening to me, my queen?
Yes, sir.
In 1987, the American Psychiatric Association did away with attention deficit disorder as a diagnosis. There is no such thing as attention deficit disorder. There is only attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Your son's teacher is not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so she don't know that. There is no ADD. There's only ADHD. If you get your son evaluated for ADHD, they're going to classify him as ADHD, and it's going to be as primarily inattentive. That's going to be the subtype, primarily inattentive. But he's still going to be classified with ADHD. Now, stay with me. There's no drug that can make your son pay attention.
Goodness.
So if your son doesn't pay attention and he is not hyperactive, it would be a waste of time to get him evaluated because there is no drug that can make you pay attention. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Is he hyper?
No.
Not really. I mean, no more than a regular kid, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So there's need for an evaluation. If you get that evaluation, they're going to try to put him on drugs anyway. If you don't want your son on crack for kids, there is no need for an ADHD evaluation. He's a regular black boy. Now, does he need some discipline?
Laughing.
Absolutely. I'm willing to bet that
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because someone sent me these little short AI clips. That's what someone that said, check my email. I'll play them a little bit. It's funny. Here we go.
Lacks effort. He may lack motivation.
Okay, Umar doesn't know any of this about the child.
He may lack interest and he may lack focus. Those are the 4 things that we got to deal with before we start throwing.
Let's go over this with Umar. Let's listen.
Yes, sir.
In 1987, the American Psychiatric Association did away with attention deficit disorder as a diagnosis. There is no such thing as attention deficit disorder. There is only attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Your son's teacher is not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so she don't know that. There is no ADD. There's only ADHD. If you get your son evaluated for ADHD, they're going to classify him as ADHD, and it's going to be as primarily inattentive. That's going to be the subtype, primarily inattentive. But he's still going to be classified with ADHD. Now, stay with me.
See this right here? That's how I know he's not a professional.
Stay with me. There's no drug that can make your son pay attention. So if your son doesn't pay attention and he is not hyperactive, it would be a waste of time to get him evaluated because there is no drug that can make you pay attention. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but watch this. And real quick, because anytime people provide this type of information, I try to pause. If I see it, I'll pause and put it up because Information Man does that. And I always take the time if I see it to pull it up. Evolving diagnosis. Originally, ADD and ADHD were considered 2 separate conditions. However, further research revealed they were different presentations of the same underlying disorder. Thank you so much, LTKK, for the clarification. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's talking all over her. Yeah. He just lies. There are vitamins to help attention. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know for sure about this, but I do know that Umar, he's not qualified to be talking about any of this stuff. He has no license, and he's never had a license, and he holds no certification, no professional certifications, including as a psychologist or a psychiatrist for that matter. He shouldn't be doing this in the first place. That's why he got hemmed up. I talked about this earlier this week. That's why he got hemmed up with the state of Pennsylvania when they brought him to court. because he's getting online pretending as if he's a school psychologist or a child therapist or whatever. He's none of those things. It's just dangerous. Thank you, Enterprise, for a super chat. I appreciate it. Butterfly Queen says, hi, Lenon, your spirit and personality is infectious. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Says hashtag what a man. Oh, that thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. And thank you for being a member for 3 months. I appreciate you. Okay, did I get to everyone? Let me just make sure real quick. Okay, I got the one about Umar is always scheming on fresh batch of cookies. That's crazy. And then is that DeMar says, how does this buster know what's going on with somebody else's kids? And, yeah, I know he hasn't talked with the child. He hasn't looked at any paperwork. He hasn't done any quote unquote assessments. He's not qualified to do any assessments either. He knows nothing. He takes a little bit of what the parent says and he creates his own narrative about what's taking place. And truth be told, that's what he was doing when he first started as a school psychologist back in 2001 in the school district of Philadelphia. That's one of the reasons why he destroyed his career. The children would be brought to him. In some cases, they hadn't been assessed. And even if they had issues, he would just say, no, there is no issue. And then some cases, they had already been assessed, or they had said, hey, look at this guy. Look at this child. I think he has this. They would send him to Umar, and Umar says, no, he doesn't, because he always wants to be against everything. Any type of assessment. I think it has more to do with Umar than anything else. I think that was him even back then, just projecting. It doesn't exist, because he stated that he has ADHD, but then he says ADHD doesn't exist. Real twisted. So what I'm getting at is that Umar has been a contrarian in these regards consistently, and he still is today when he's taking these phone calls. Then he creates these whole narratives about what's taking place with the child. He don't know what's going on with this child. Nothing. Silence you, babbling weasel. Why you call him a babbling weasel? Okay. Thank you, is that DeMar. He don't know that about this child. Dreezy says, hit the PayPal. Okay. Thanks, Dreezy Drummer Dre. The CJ says, it's hard to sympathize with the people who call this man and humiliate themselves and their children. Yeah. But again, I think that we were talking about this a couple of days ago. A lot of them, they call in because they're in dire straits. And they're just looking for answers, and they're trying to find Umar. He pretends to be a school psychologist, a psychotherapist, a child therapist, all the stuff he says he is. None of this is true. And he has a internet presence, and so they go to him. He acts like it's all free, but there's always it's bad advice anyway. Most of the time, I shouldn't say all the time. Most of the time, it's bad advice. But the other thing is that there's always strings attached. I wonder how many women call Umar or text Umar about their situation with their child, and then Umar ended up turning into a freak off type of situation to crush some cookies, and then he off to the next one. There's always strings attached, or let's get together and we could do a consultation. It'd be this amount of money, blah blah blah. It'd be a private. Ain't no telling how many times she's done that. So this is all. The word is performative when Umar does this. He's pretending to be something that he's not. Also, he's given an illusion that somehow he really cares about other people's kids. Meanwhile, he don't care about his own children. And then it also puts him in a position to get money out of women, and in some cases to crush the cookie. Okay. Thanks, CJ. But again, I think it has a lot to do with people just being in desperate situations, and they'll go to anyone at this point. And Umar, that's who they choose to go to. It's unfortunate, but that it is what it is. Thanks, CJ. Kantavet says Umi is most like the broken clock that's right twice a day. He is Umar. It's not as if Umar lies 100% of the time. That's not the case. Umar will put just enough truth in there, like most con men do, in order to have people take the lie as the truth. So he'll say some stuff, and you'll be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense." Oftentimes he'll just be talking Black Power type of talk. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, Umar is not qualified and should not be speaking on these issues. And he's dangerous because he doesn't have enough information on these children. And even if he did, he's not in a position to be, and he's not certified, or he holds no license. He's not qualified to be speaking on any of this, and especially to be doing it over the internet like this for everyone to hear. Like the CJ was saying, it's crazy. The parents who call in, again, I try to be compassionate towards the parents that come in, but some of the onus is on them. Some of the responsibility is on them. They really should not be in a position to be going to Umar, because yeah, he's going to be right twice a day, but most of the time he's wrong, and most of the time he's giving horrible advice. And that horrible, listen, some of that advice The parents may not take it. Some of that horrible advice, they'll take it and it causes harm to the child. But what the deeper issue is that when he does it online, you have other people who are going to see this, and they may have children, and they may be in dire a situation with their child, and they didn't necessarily, they weren't there to catch the live, but they weren't there to call in, but they hear it afterwards, and they take what Umar is saying as legitimate advice, and then they applied it to their child. Dangerous. Thanks, Contravent, for the super chat. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Is he hyper?
No.
Not really. I mean, no more than a regular kid, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So there's need for an evaluation. If you get that evaluation, they're going to try to put him on drugs anyway. If you don't want your son on crack for kids, there is no need for an ADHD evaluation. He's a regular black boy. Now, does he need some discipline?
Let's be clear about something. It doesn't necessarily mean that if your child is let me be clear. If your child is diagnosed with ADHD, it does not mean that the child is going to be medicated. That's something that if it's recommended, you have to agree to that as the parent. Umar makes it seem as if the teachers force it. They don't have that power. The school psychologist forces it. I'm talking about medication. They don't have the power. That the principal, the vice principal, they don't have that power. The parent has to decide. They can go to the psychiatrist, they'll do their assessment, and then ultimately, if there's something is prescribed, it's up to the parent to say yay or nay. Furthermore, if a child has ADHD, it doesn't necessarily mean that medication is going to be prescribed. Because there's plenty of other coping mechanisms. That's all I know. Umar don't know it. He has ADHD. Plenty of people do. I'm not saying it's not a big deal. What I'm saying is that people live fully functional lives with ADHD and other stuff too. It is what it is. Everybody got something. But it's not as if you automatically, your child is going to be prescribed and is forced this medication. No, that's not how it works. And furthermore, in some situations, the medication is not even going to be prescribed in the first place. All right. Let's go.
Absolutely. I'm willing to bet that your son lacks effort. He may lack motivation.
See this? How does Umar know this? See, now he's disparaging the son. He lacks effort. He lacks motivation. All disrespectful. Hey, lady, you see how disrespectful Umar is and so demeaning towards black people, in this case now black children.
He may lack interest and he may lack focus. Those are the four.
He may lack interest. He may lack focus. Focus in what? Interest in what? He doesn't know any of this. Yeah. He never met the child. So how does he know any of this? This is what I mean by painting these narratives. It's all negative too.
Things that we got to deal with before we start throwing around discipline, behavior, and disabilities. Effort, focus, motivation, and interest.
I can agree on certain subjects now. Don't get it twisted now. He has good grades.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear. But if he got good grades, we ain't going to drug him up anyway. You feel me? Because he's doing what he got.
What do you mean we? Rub it all in your nose.
He's stronger in math than reading. He doesn't like reading. So the lack of effort and motivation comes to reading. But he has a B in reading right now. So it's not like he can't do it. He just don't want to do it.
So my question for you is this. What is the discipline program in the classroom? And what is the discipline program in your home? In other words, if we want him to focus more, we got to motivate him. And you motivate children with rewards and
consequences. He always says this. Umar, you're not even an active participant in your own child. And why are you saying we have to do this?
Consequences. So if your son comes home and he had a bad day at school, what is the consequence? And if he has a good week at school, what is the reward? Consequences are every day. Rewards are only once a week. So what are the consequences in your home when he comes home if he had a bad day?
He gets grounded, no screen time. He has to do homework, reading, chores.
Well, homework is not a punishment. Homework is a regular, everyday responsibility.
I mean, he's
there he go. As if he's in his child's life. This is crazy.
Now, in the school, I think they make them do like reflection papers, and they take your recess and various things in school. But he hasn't been written up for anything.
He hasn't been written up?
No.
So let me ask you this.
He hasn't had an official written up.
I got you. So let me ask you this then. On a scale of 1 to 10, this problem that the school is having with your son regarding a lack of focus, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 meaning it's a major issue, like he's stressing them out, and 1 is this ain't a big deal at all. On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you put this?
I would put this at a 5 or a 6.
Okay, so it ain't that big of a deal right now.
If he had the right teacher to discipline him and not coddle him, I think he would be good, because you know he gets it at home. It's just when he gets in school.
Okay, but they're not trying to put him in special ed, put him on drugs, nothing like that.
Well, she recommend that.
Do not do that.
Recommend what? He won't even let her finish. What did she recommend? Did anyone in the chat room, Cooker chat, did she actually say exactly what they recommended? Because he won't let her finish anything.
Not do it. I'm telling you, don't do it.
I agree. I have started non-medicated changes, such as changing his diet, giving him more sleep. I reduce his screen time. So
and you need to get serious with the discipline. That's where we're missing out.
Here he go. This is to disparage you black women because you guys don't know how to discipline. You're weak. But understand that Umar's sense of discipline comes from his father, who was abusive. Hit the 1. Hit the 1. That's why Umar, when he says, you know, if the children come to my school and they acting up, and I can pull up the receipt, I'm gonna pound their damn chest in, little boy, because he was gonna have a room in the back of FDMG, these trap bandos, and he called it the black room, and that's where they would basically beat up and torture these kids when they act out. His sense of discipline comes from his father's abuse, which would be illegal in any place, especially in a school. And yet that's where he goes here. These mothers can discipline their sons or their daughters for that matter, Umar. But your sense of discipline is about abuse. And you already assume that somehow she's not disciplining the child appropriately. Discipline can mean many different things too, by the way. Now, we ain't never hit or spanked our kids, but yeah, there's been times we have to discipline them. But Umar's sense of discipline comes from being abused as a child. That's why he's dangerous. And he ain't resolved none of that stuff. He still fears his father to this day at 51 years old. See, that's why Umar can't speak the truth about his childhood. He can't speak the truth about his childhood because he still fears his father. He's 51. He's dangerous.
And I know you're not consistent with the discipline because mothers don't find discipline. It don't come natural to y'all because y'all the nurturers. Women are.
Women can be nurturers and they can be disciplinarians too. Fathers can be nurturers and they can be disciplinarians too. Cut it out, Umar. He doesn't know that because he's never raised any children and he's never been in a long-standing committed relationship with any of the baby mamas that he's created, where he's created at least 3 in Philadelphia, just 3, at least 3 in Philadelphia. And the 4th one tried to put him on child support. The other 3 were successful, just in Philadelphia alone. Now, there's been times where I have to nurture my children. There's times where I have to discipline them. Same thing with Umar. There's times where she nurtures. There's times where she disciplines. So what are you talking about? See, Umar, where he's coming from is this notion that women are weak in these regards. But this is all sourced from his abuse, being abused by his own father. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how any woman could go to Umar when he has this type of mentality. It's sexist. It's misogynistic. And it's not even rooted in reality. It's rooted in Umar's trauma as a child. If you're in a loving relationship, any of y'all who are, and you raise children with your husband or with your wife, you know doggone well that you guys both participate in that, whether that is nurturing or that is discipline.
Nurturers. You know, you're not the disciplinarians. That's our job. We're the boundary setters. Y'all the nurturers.
No. It goes both ways. Okay. Now, someone in the household can participate in one area more, but you do it together, Umar. Cut it out.
So being a disciplinarian doesn't come easy to a mom, but you have to do that and you have to be that. So I need you to step that up. Is he the only child in the home?
Ain't that something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's going to make it even tougher on you because he's the only child, but you got to get tough. And if that means you have to start depriving him of some of your attention when he comes home, that could be part of the punishment too. You don't.
That's horrible advice. Horrible advice. What in the world? That's sick. So you're going to ignore your child as a form of discipline? I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life. And I'm 50, starting yesterday. I never heard no crazy shit like that in my life. You're going to ignore your child as an act of discipline. Look at these comments in the chat room. Yeah, he did. He admitted it recently. Like last year, he said, I never lived with no, yeah, he lived off his mama though. Withhold affection. Yeah, he's not disciplined. Real talk. Yeah, it's weird. That emotion has to go somewhere. Yeah. It's absurd and terrible. Yeah, domination. OMFG. Right. It's true though. Someone said, "Oh hell no." It's diabolical. Again, this guy, he's something else. That's crazy. Miss Vernica sent in a super sticker. Let me see if I can see it over here. Also, Smart Barbie says, is it just me or does Umar look like he just woke up? Eyes all bucked, face all droopy. Yeah, that's because he just woke up. He's inside of Mama Calls. He just woke up and he just starts live streaming because it was early in the morning, if memory serves me correctly, when he did this one, earlier in the morning. Yeah, thanks the Smart Barbie. And thanks for the super sticker. I couldn't see it though. Miss Veronica, let me scroll. Oh, it says 100. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Miss Veronica. And thanks for being a member of the Smart Barbie for 1 month. I appreciate you. Someone said, I think the ladies need attention that is calling. Yeah. Lene had mentioned that. And then videos that we covered a couple of days ago, you can see that clearly, that's some of the women that called in, they just want to talk with Umar and they're lonely and they want someone to talk to. But he gives absolutely horrible advice. I ain't never heard nothing like that. You just basically, you ignore your child, deprive them of your attention as a form of punishment or discipline. Someone also said punishment and discipline are two different things. And it's true. In my opinion, it is. Okay. Thanks, Christina. Enterprise says he's so uneducated. Psych says reinforcement. Yeah, that's Umar. And then Enterprise says this is a huge HIPAA violation. That's scary. Shake my head, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care because it's about for Umar again, it's performative. He wants to pretend that he's this psychologist. And here's the other thing: if Umar was a true school psychologist, he would be in school practicing psychology. That's what he'd be doing Monday through Friday. Is that what we see with Umar? No, because he's not doing that. So the thing is that if he was practicing, he wouldn't be in a position to be violating HIPAA laws and being online like he is, talking crazy and talking reckless and giving horrible advice. Again, like I said, it's not that everything he says is wrong or crazy or diabolical, but so much of it is. I don't see why people would even go to this guy. And they people up here telling all their kids' business. To a 51-year-old homeless man who's live streaming and conducting this foolishness inside his mama closet. It's crazy. Thanks, Enterprise. Sky says, I'll consult Miss Cleo before I call Boomar. Miss Cleo. I remember Miss Cleo. Y'all remember Miss Cleo hit the one. She had that fake accent. Because my wife said, oh, she's not really from Jamaica. I can tell. So what do you mean? She says, I can tell by her accent. It's fake. I was okay. I don't know if it's true or not. Okay, thank you, Sky. But I remember Miss Cleo. She used to have these infomercials. It was you would call her on her phone or someone impersonating her, and she would give you advice like a psychic or something like that. That's from way back in the day. That got to be from the 90s or something like that. Okay, thank you, Sky. Miranda says, I wish FDMG was coming. we would see how Umar handles students with ADHD and emotional disorders. They would run a number on his unqualified self as respectfully. Yeah, he doesn't have the temperament. I've been saying this for years, Miranda. He doesn't have the temperament to be around children in the first place, let alone some children that have, some mental health issues, ADHD or disorders, or whatever the case may be. Umar, he can't even deal with a child who's calm. See, there's this video from 2019, I believe, 2019. There was a little boy. There was no electricity, and they had all these women were following Umar around inside these abandoned buildings. Y'all remember this? So I think I put a part of it inside the first documentary. And the little boy, you can tell he's trying to get Umar's attention, which makes sense. They're inside these abandoned buildings. He shouldn't have had anyone in there in the first place, but he's trying to get Umar's attention. And Umar was so dismissive, as if the boy was like a fly that was bothering him, like get away, that type of thing. He doesn't have the temperament to be around children. He doesn't care to be around children. He don't even like children. So can you imagine how Umar would behave if he's dealing with children who are special needs, or they have some disorder, or whatever the case may be? It would be absolutely horrible, absolutely horrible. He don't know how to. Again, I see what you're saying here, but let's also be thankful that FDMG is not coming. Because who knows what type of abuse Umar would put these children through. And I did say it, abuse. Thanks, Miranda. Okay, I think I'm all caught up here inside of the chat. Simply Complicated says, if FDMG ever opened, those kids would be singing "It's a Hard Knock Life." Yeah. He has such an abusive personality. And as I think about it, if Umar wants to dominate grown people as he attempts to do, and tell them what they need to be doing, how you should be wearing your hair, who you should be dating, who you should be mating, so forth and so on, as like this dictator type. He's dictatorial as a dictator type. Can you imagine how he's going to treat some children? Let's thank God that this FDMG is never going to open, because Umar is an abuser. And if he's abusive verbally when he's talking with these people online, how y'all think he is offline? And if he's abusive offline, when the camera's off, how y'all think he's going to be towards children who are allegedly under his care? I'll just say it that way. All right. Thank you, Simply Complicated. Yana says, my father wanted Umar to diagnose me. Yeah. Listen, what I always tell people is go get professional help. Go get professional psychological services. Umar is not a professional. The last time he worked consistently as a school psychologist, which is not a therapist, it's not a child therapist or a psychotherapist, as he tries to use this terminology, as I'm outlining in the documentary, next segment of the documentary. The last time he actually was consistently worked to any degree as a professional, okay, but let's say as a school psychologist, was in 2010, 2011. And at that time, it was sporadic, but it was consistent enough for me to give him some credit for that. Now, if we want to say consistently, like in the truest sense, that was from 2001 through 2005, but that's it. But even then, he was working in a school setting because he was never licensed to work outside of the school. So Umar he's never been in a position legally to actually diagnose anyone outside of a school setting. But here he is, online, all these 2 decades later, and he's pretending as if he's some sort of this great psychologist. And yeah, in essence, licensed, because as a licensed psychologist, he would be able to do this, and he wouldn't have to have another psychologist who is licensed sign off on his work. Now, if we consider this to be work while he's in his mama's closet, who's going to sign off on this shit? What professional? By the way, what professional is I don't know. Is there a professional that is one of Umar's peers that's down with him like that? No, there is no one. It just goes to show you, professionals ain't trying to deal with Umar because he's not professional. He's a con man. He's a pretendian. He pretends to be this professional. Thanks, Giannis. Your kids will see this gifted 5 membership. Thank you so much. Whoever received those memberships, make sure you thank your gods. Excuse me, I won't say your gods will see. That's true. God will see it. your kids will see this. And thank you so much for that. Everyone, let's thank your kids will see this for being so gracious. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. The CJ says Umar's fame is an unintended. Umar's fame. iPod. Let me get my glass. I don't know why I be doing this. I'll be trying to read. Boy, it's horrible. I got to remind myself to put my glasses on from now on. Umar's fame is an unintended and unfortunate consequence of the Obama and Trump years. The notion that every Black voice should be platformed or amplified either out of empowerment or rebellion. Yeah, but the thing is that Umar, he's been around and doing this for a long time. Way before, way before Obama. Let me go look this up. Let me fact check myself here. Let's see. Obama was in office from 2009 through 2017. Let me go into my timeline real quick. Yeah, Umar hates Obama, though. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think he hates anyone more than he hates Obama. and I'm not exaggerating at all. He hates Obama. What am I looking for? PowerPoint. I was looking up. I was just now looking up Publisher. I used to use Publisher a long time ago. Is it going to let me open it? There we go. Okay. So Obama was in office from 2009 to 2017. Okay. In 2009, Umar was still working as a school psychologist. No, wait a minute. Yeah, this is the one. So in 2009, by this time, Umar, he's working as a school psychologist intermittently in the charter school system, but I also have it that in 2014, around July 18th of 2014, that he was working as a principal or as a vice principal. I haven't confirmed it, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And this was just for a couple of months. So that's in 2008. Let's see, 2009 is when Barack Obama is inaugurated. By that time, Umar starts on a lecture scene. Yeah, he starts on the lecture scene in 2010. And that's when he stopped working consistently at all. Okay. Yeah, I thought this Obama was later. But again, Obama he did 2 terms. Yeah, time definitely has flown. I will say this, though, that Umar's fame is largely dependent on events that took place in the Black conscious space, wherein other people put him on and assisted him in his ascendancy, whether it was willfully or not. Okay, so I can give you the example of Tariq Nasheed and Hidden Colors. That was in 2011. I can give the example of Sa Neter in the House of Consciousness and what took place. And even before that, prior to that, because that's this when Umar claimed that he really blew up, was this interview that he did in Chicago with Brother Dawa, rest in peace. That was in 2010. If memory serves me correctly, I should find out for sure, just to fact check myself. And it was that interview that Umar claims he took to New York, and it blew up because people were asking for a copy of that DVD. And Sa Neter had a lot to do. This is do with that. This is, again, the history part of all of this. Well, let me see. I think that was in 2010. Let me get into my 2010 folder. Yeah, here it is right here. It was in 2010.
For a brother, is there any funding out there for?
Yeah, this brother right here, he passed away, so rest in peace to him.
A brother that wanted to do something on a revolutionary level. I don't want to deal with no crackers, period. I just want to deal with our own students and get that mind back to
See, at this time, Umar was making this major transition. He's still presenting himself. He presents as an educated school psychologist, but in point of fact, he had already given up his career in and around this time as a school psychologist. He was working intermittently, wasn't consistently working, and he had made a decision to kind of go full force in the Black conscious space. So this is an interview that Umar did that he claims propelled him, because he went to New York with Sa Neter, and then Sa Neter, the copies of this start to get circulated, because that's what Sa Neter was doing back in the day. And then all of a sudden, Umar starts getting all these phone calls. But that's in tandem with Hidden Colors, because Hidden Colors comes out the following year. And from what I remember, Umar was in the first and second. I think he was in the third too, but for sure the first and the second Hidden Colors. You can see right here, Umar, he's guest Umar Abdullah Johnson, nationally certified psychologist. He's no longer certified nationally or to any degree as a psychologist in 2025. Look at Umar has the pens in his pocket, right? So this is Umar the psychologist. He has the tie on. There's the date right here, September 18th of 2010. Yeah, so this was a different phase in Umar's, if you want to call it, his evolution. And this brother right here, Dawa, he's since passed. So rest in peace to him. Umar took shots at him too, at a certain point, because Umar felt offended that he said Dawa somehow wanted Umar to give him credit for, I guess, bringing Umar on the scene or whatever, and wanted Umar to mention his name more, but Umar didn't want to do it. I don't even know. I mean, the brother's passed away, but that's Umar. Okay. So yeah, that's just a little of the history. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat. Didi Vera says he is such an insufferable misogynistic ass. He really is. He's misogynistic and he's sexist, and it's amazing that you have men who are like that to that degree, wherein there are women who look to him for guidance or direction or advice. It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you, Didi Vera, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Black Mario says, happy belated birthday, Lenon. Dr. Umar, fact, fiction, and foolishness all rolled up in one. He doesn't like kids. He doesn't. He don't even like his own children. Y'all remember how he treated his daughter earlier this year? You can tell he don't care for no children. Listen, real talk, Black Mario, he don't care about anybody. And I do mean that. He's a sociopath. But children, no. See, and people think that he cares about children because he'll say things, all the children I've saved and all of the children that I work with, but that's all a fantasy. That's the fiction and foolishness of Umar Johnson. None of that's true. I'll invite any of you Umar Johnson followers to provide me with 10 examples of Umar putting together an event for children. Give me 10. Again, Umar's been at this since 2000. Well, we can go all the way back to when he was in the UNIA days. We can go all the way back to when Umar was around 21, 22, 23, because he gives different dates when he actually joined the UNIA. So let's say in and around 1996, 1997. Give me 10 examples of Umar putting together a program, 10 examples of programs that he did for children. Give me 10. You can't do it. He did do the college tours, which were crazy because he was being perverted while he was doing those college tours with the little girls who was who attended and talking crazy sex talk and all this kind of stuff. Those children, one of the videos of children they were shocked at how Umar was talking. But give me 10 examples of Umar putting together an event for Black children since 1997. People can't do it. But he tells people that he's doing all these great things, but that's the fiction and foolishness of Umar, right? Thank you, Black Mario. Mistrix Monica says, happy belated birthday, Lenon. Thank you so much. Yeah, I turned 50 yesterday, y'all. Yeah, I'm so thankful. I was tired today, too. I thought I was going to be all energized. I just had my birthday. I got today. I was like, oh, man. I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight, though. Got to give me some sleep. And we had a wonderful time. I took my wife out to eat Ethiopian food. We also took the children and stuff to the movies, and we saw Predator Badlands. It was a really good movie, really good. It was an awesome birthday. Thank you, Mrs. Monica. I appreciate it. And I always wonder, how do you get a picture like that? I want a picture like that. I wanted to say CCC on the front. Thank you for the super chat and the birthday wishes. Lewis Lex says, that guy with that hat Umar was with looks straight out of a Pan African Central casting. He looks like he burns incense, wears shea butter, sells books on a table, and calls everyone brother and sisters. Now, I'm not going to clown him because he's passed. He passed recently too. But from what I understand, he was part of the grassroots. Brother Dawa, he was part of the grassroots community in Chicago. And he had this show, and again, the show wasn't like a big time show. It was on public access. That's why Umar doesn't want to give credit to Sa Neter. He doesn't want to give credit to Tariq Nasheed. He goes back to this interview as like the jump offs for Umar, where he really comes into fame. But that's not how it happened, because this was a public access. Not many people were watching it. It's not like there were, you know, tens of thousands of people tuning in or 100,000 people tuning in. That's not how it happened. What happened was that this interview, Umar took it to Sentendrey in New York. And once Sentendrey got a hold of something to this effect, okay, because I have it all inside of my notes, but something to this effect, Sentendrey gets a hold of it. It starts to get distributed. And once it starts to get distributed, especially in New York, that's when Umar starts to get phone calls to do more speaking engagements. And then he claims that that's when he goes international. Umar didn't really go international until after Hidden Colors, because Hidden Colors went international. That video that I just played with Brother Dawa in it, that didn't go international. It was on public access. What took Umar international was Sentendrey putting Umar on, but even deeper still, in my opinion, Tariq putting Umar in Hidden Colors, because there was a lot of people in Hidden Colors who were from New York. They were in the Black conscious community in New York City. This is just some of the history. Thanks to the second for super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, did I get to everybody? Miss Vernica, I'll say Vernica. I definitely know what it's like to be betrayed by someone you tried to help. With people like Umar, you got to be careful. Yeah, you absolutely got to be careful. Yeah. And I've experienced that a lot from being on YouTube. That's why I'm very careful even to this day, because in my heart, like, there's people that I would like to promote, and I would like to share their YouTube pages and share their videos. But I've learned some really hard lessons over these many years on YouTube. I can't even do it. It's in my heart, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Real talk. Well, the same thing applies with Umar. People have to be careful. There's a lot of people who helped Umar and he turned on them. Tariq is an excellent example there, because Tariq wasn't going at Umar. Tariq looked at it, and I'm sure he looked at it as a business. Like, okay, if I go back at Umar and I'm selling Hidden Colors DVDs and you know, products or whatever, that's not going to look good. And Umar has an audience. By that time, he's building an audience, but there's going to be people, they're not even going to purchase Hidden Colors because I'm going at Umar, and he's in Hidden Colors. Now, if I don't go at Umar, they're going to be more inclined to purchase Hidden Colors because Umar's in Hidden Colors. You see what I'm saying? Just from a business standpoint. But the problem, Miss Vernica, was at a certain point, Umar, he had been taking so many shots at Tariq, and Tariq got tired of it, and he went on Umar. Okay, was it a good business strategy? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because now the people who would have watched Hidden Colors just on the strength of Umar being in it, again, there's other people who were in it too, who, in my opinion, were far more important and had a larger audience than Umar at that time. Ultimately, there are people who were following Umar that okay, listen, I'm not going to be dealing with Hidden Colors. I'm not going to be dealing with Tariq anymore. But see, Tariq at a certain point, he had to do something, because Umar, once he kept going, and it was just, he kept taking shots, and then Tariq, he blew him up. You know, he went in on Umar. And Umar, you know, what could he do? He never recovered from that in the Black conscious space. Umar never recovered from that. And then after that, you see one thing after another with Umar. Conscious stripper, you know, the SETI rant, and it just keeps going on. But who's the common denominator? It's Umar. Yeah, you got to be careful with who you help. Real talk. Thanks, Miss Vernica. Umar used to go in on Sentendrey too. And Sentendrey helped to put Umar on. But that's Umar. Okay, he's the common denominator. Okay, thank you all so much for all of the super chats. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Have a bad day at school. You come home, you do your homework, you have your dinner, you to step that up. Is he the only child in the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's going to make it even tougher on you because he's the only child, but you got to get tough. And
yeah, real quick, the poll question is, should a 51-year-old man be living in his mama's closet? 88% said no, 12% said yes. We had over 1,000 votes. Make sure you get your vote in. And our goal for the likes during this live stream is 700. We are at 700. We're at 374 so far. And we have about 1,200 people in the live stream at this time. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. The CJ says, given what you know about Umar, his supporters, and his victims, how would you want the legal system to handle Umar? Jail, fines, you deserve a Pulitzer and a Nobel Prize for your work, by the way. Thank you. I think that, and I firmly believe that if you do the crime, you should do the time. Umar should be handled for fraud. Okay, and that's dealing with the donors, but he should also be handled from IRS dealing with the for tax evasion. What he's filing with the IRS. Remember, Umar was collecting money for the St. Paul's College in 2014, 15, 16, 2014, 15, and 16. None of that was reported to the IRS. So where did all that money go? And he has a nonprofit. He had a different EIN number, but he had a nonprofit back then. Once that nonprofit gets revoked, he sets up another one. And he's been scamming on that one since 2020. That's why you see him now, starting in 2020, he starts to file with the IRS. Some year he's filing that he didn't collect any money. Wire fraud, tax evasion, money laundering, and fraud. Because the donors, they sent him money for a school that still does not exist. So that's illegal. And if you do the crime, you should do the time. And yeah, there should be fines and what they call that restitution. There should be restitution involved in this too with Umar. You do the crime, you should do the time. It's like with Dempsey Spears. Okay, what did he scam? Allegedly, he scammed, what was it? $4 million Medicare fraud and identity theft. Okay, if he's convicted on these charges, what will be his restitution? So yeah, time and restitution to the victims. Same thing with Umar. Right? I thank CJ for super. I appreciate it. And the other thing too is it's important because the precedent needs to be set so that other scammers in the Black community or con men in the Black community, whether they exist now or ones in the future, that there's a precedent that said that, listen, that's going to be said that if you engage in this type of behavior and you're scamming the Black community in this way, that there's going to be consequences and serious consequences. And Umar, he should be made an example of, real talk, because he's been at this since 2005. 20 years. All right. Thanks, CJ, for the super chat. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
That means you have to start depriving him of some of your attention when he comes home. That could be part of the punishment too. You don't.
That's one of the worst things I've ever. Boy, that's crazy right there.
Don't talk to me when you have a bad day at school. You come home, you do your.
Don't talk to me when you have a bad day at school. I'm sorry, Cookie Crush Chat. This guy right here, he's sick.
Homework, you have your dinner, you go to bed. And I'm telling you right now, nothing will piss your son off more than having to go to bed early while the sun is still up.
Okay, why would you want to piss your son up? Piss your son off who had a bad day and who's struggling? Why would you want to do something like that? You're going to ignore him too and make him go to bed early? This is Umar projecting too, by the way. Watch. I can already tell. Umar, he's a sick individual.
Your dinner, you go to bed. And I'm telling you right now, nothing will piss your son off more than having to go to bed early while the sun is still up with nothing in his room that he can use to enjoy himself. Never.
See, this is Umar. This is his childhood.
Underestimate the power of boredom.
This guy is sick. A lot of children get into stuff because they're bored, by the way.
Boredom can break behavior if you are consistent. Your son is only in the 3rd grade. He loves his attention from his mother more than anything else. For a 3rd grader, attention is more important than oxygen. You starve him of your attention, you starve him of other people's attention, and he will break.
The idea is not to break the child, Umar. This guy, I'm telling you, this guy, he's a sociopath. The idea is not to break the child like it's an animal that needs to be broken in. The child needs attention. The child needs guidance. The child needs affection. The child needs interaction. The child needs to know that the parent is going to be there for the child no matter what the child is going through.
Okay.
But remember, you have to be disciplined in order to get dinner. You go to bed. And I'm telling you right now, nothing will piss you.
Yeah. The child needs love. The child needs nurturing. Exactly. Umar doesn't know anything about this because he never received it and he hasn't been a father to his own children. He's never given it.
your son off more than having to go to bed early while the sun is still up with nothing in his room that he can use.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Puppies, if they're bored, listen, I know. Trust me, I know. You got to have something for them because they'll do something. Stuff you wouldn't even think of. They start tearing up stuff. They bite on, gnaw on stuff. They start pulling out. They get to the blankets and pull out the fluff in the blankets. And you be like, why are they doing it? Because they're bored. Same thing with human children, right?
To enjoy himself. Never underestimate the power of boredom. Boredom can break behavior if you are consistent.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is child abuse. Yeah, he will break. Who thinks like that?
Your son is only in the 3rd grade. He loves his.
I'm gonna tell you who thinks like that. Someone who was broken and is still broken. That's in Umar. That's Umar. He's all, this is projecting.
Attention from his mother more than anything else. For a 3rd grader, attention is more important than oxygen. You starve him of your attention, you starve him of other people's attention, and he will break.
Okay.
But remember, you have to be disciplined in order to teach discipline. If you're not disciplined, you cannot teach discipline.
Yeah.
I'm saying all that to say, Queen, that you have to be consistent. You must be absolutely consistent with your discipline regimen.
Okay.
I want you to get a
Lisa, she tried. She's been trying to, but Umar won't let her say nothing.
calendar. Go to Office Depot, Office Max, Walmart. Get you one of those plastic laminated wall calendars and get you 2-color markers. And every day he come home from school, let's say you got a blue marker for school and a green marker for home. Okay. And if he had a good day at school, he get a smiley face. If he had a bad day at school, he get a sad face with, say, the green marker. And then with the blue.
So you just want to remind him that he had a bad day and you want to put it on a calendar? For what? This guy, what is this? Is this some sort of a child torture movie? Yeah, then let's go and look how many bad days. You had a bad day on this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You had a good day on Thursday, then that, and just for what?
Blue marker. If he had a good day at home, did his chores, did his homework, blah, 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 he'll get a smiley face or a sad face. And then what you tell your son is, I need you to get 3 good days out of 5 or 4 good days out of 5. You decide what the criteria is. And if he meets that criteria for the week, you and him will do something fun during the weekend. Don't use money. Don't use expensive gifts. Don't use money. Don't use expensive gifts. In 3rd grade, he wants your attention. Y'all go to the mall. Y'all go to the movies. Take them to go see Sarah's Oil. You know what I mean? Take them to go see.
What?
Running Man. Me and my mother saw it yesterday. It was a great.
So because you went and saw Running Man with your mama, let me stop. See this? He's like a child. And he associate, that's what you need to do with your child. Umar, you're 51 years old, homeboy. Isn't that deep? Umar, he go watch movies with his mama. I go watch movies with my family. Why would you recommend going to go see Running Man with this woman, for this mother to go take her son just because you went to go watch it with your mama? But Umar, something wrong with him. And whatever else he said about somebody's oil, I thought he was talking about the bunny, the snow bunny that he was at the mall, because he said she had incense and oil. Anyway,
pretty good movie. I didn't like the fact that they had the lead actor. He was a
listen, that's not the point. Don't nobody give a shit about this movie. She don't care about this movie, Umar. So talk about her child. Here you go. And also we had popcorn that I didn't really care about the popcorns because the popcorn, it was a little bit, and then we had something to drink, but it was the bubbles. It was too much bubbles. No, nobody care about that, Umar. Umar's he's so stupid. He's so insane. He probably didn't even go to the movie. He probably let me stop. I ain't gonna say that. Left his mama at home. I ain't gonna do that. Here we go.
Hopper with a black wife. I didn't like that. But you know, pretty good movie, Sarah's Oil, Running Man. You know, we're going to go to the
Sarah's Oil. So what, did you go watch 2 movies? I couldn't do it. Yeah, Sarah's Oil. Look like a slave movie or something. You know, Umar, you love them slave movies. Oh, it's the early 1900s. Let me stop. All right. Here we go.
zoo. We're going to go to the Please Touch Museum. You know, do activities at
the what the fuck? What you say? What did he say?
See Running Man. Me and my mother saw it yesterday. It was a pretty good movie. I didn't like the fact that they had the lead actor. He was a bunny hopper with a black wife. I didn't like that. But, you know, pretty good movie, Sarah's Oil, Running Man. You know, we're going to go to the zoo. We're going to go to the Please Touch Museum. You know.
What is that? Because maybe it's a museum where you touch stuff. Please Touch Museum. I never heard of that. It's a children's museum located in the Centennial District of. It's in Philadelphia. So what? You expect it? And where's this lady from? If she's not from Philadelphia, Umar, don't do that. Your mama took you to the Please Touch Museum? Is that what you're telling us? Disney princess? Did your mama take you to the Please Touch Museum after you went to the movies to go see The Running Man? Then she took you to the ice cream and you get some ice cream and you start doing The Running Man because you were so excited. Is that what you're telling us? 51 years old. You need to cut it out. What you need to do is go get a job. So you don't have time to be going to the Touch Museum at 51 with your mama.
Do activities. At that age, they want activities, and those will be the rewards. And on the flip side, you have your punishments, which are every day. Rewards are at the end of the week, right? The punishments every day. You got to go to bed early today. You come home tomorrow, you had a bad day. You going to bed early again. Give me that cell phone, no video game, no TV time. You're going to do nothing but read books all day when you come home. So you have to inconvenience his world. If you do not inconvenience your son, he will not change.
Listen, Umar, if the child is struggling, the goal is not to inconvenience the child. Anyway, he doesn't know anything. We don't know what he's talking about. Totally unprofessional, unqualified. But even as a father, you can tell he's never raised no children. It's crazy.
Okay.
You got me, mama?
I got you. So no meds.
Got you, mama. Cut it out, Umar.
No meds. Don't you do it. Don't you. You tell them, if you want to see a child on crack, go put your child on crack. That's what you tell them.
All right.
I'm not putting my child on dope. Go put your own damn child on dope.
Listen, Umar, what are you talking about? You're not even in your children's life. And you smoked out too. That's why your mama called today for the age of 51. Look at this guy.
Snow bunny teachers always telling our mothers to put our kids on drugs. Put your own damn kids on.
Listen, teachers don't do that. They don't have the authority to do that either. We've been talking about this. Umar, he pits the parents of black children against the school system and in particular against the teachers, but it extends beyond that. It goes to the counselors, to the principal, to the school psychologist. Listen, the teachers have no authority in these regards. They can recommend that the child, is assessed, but even still, if the child is assessed, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything's going to be prescribed to the child. And even if it is, that ultimately it's the parent's choice to say yes or no, based upon the psychiatrist's recommendation. So Umar, I mean, he's really twisting it up here.
On drugs. I bet you they won't do it. They'll tell you to put your kids on drugs, but they won't put their own kids.
Listen, I am sure that there are plenty of white teachers and white counselors and white principals and vice principals and even white school psychologists who have their children on medication. Umar, cut it out.
On drugs. Tell them, no, thank you. My son is a regular boy. We will work on this together.
Regular.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. I really appreciate it.
And if you have any issues, you got my number.
I got it.
Yeah, make sure you send a booty pic. Make sure you send them.
All right, mama. Be blessed.
All right, thank you.
Mama. Cut it out.
I love our beautiful Black women. I love all
Here
my
we go.
Black single mothers. Shout out to all my single mothers out there who are doing
See, he got to say single mothers.
the right thing. Shout out to all my beautiful African single mothers all over the Pan-African universe, from Africa to Alabama,
Here he go.
from London to Louisiana.
He's just waiting on somebody else to call in. He's trying to get the roll call.
Understand me? From Angola to Amsterdam, from Toronto to Texas. Shout out to all my from Brazil to Brooklyn to Boston.
Here you go.
Beijing. Shout out to all my single Black mothers.
Beijing, what?
Right. And single Black fathers. And single Black fathers.
Here
and
you go.
Single Black fathers. Let's go back to the Instagram tap-ins. Let's see if we got any parents with a question. Let's see if we got any parents with a question. Sister Hopeful Beginnings going once. Sister Hopeful Beginnings going twice. Sister Hopeful Beginnings going 3 times. Are you there, Sister Hopeful Beginning? She declined. All right. Sister Hopeful is not coming on right now. Who tapping in? Jay's bell going once. Jay's bell going twice. Sister Jay's bell, are you there? Sister Jay's bell, are you there? Okay, I don't think Sister Jay's bell is there. All right. Let's see what we got. Don't be nervous, Brother Josh.
Yeah, my wife, she had texted me. She made a major accomplishment today. I wish I could tell y'all, but I have people who, like I said, they be stalking my children online and stalking my wife and then saying all type of horrible shit about my kids and about my wife and about me too. But I don't really trip off of that these days. I've been dealing with that for over half a decade. But I wish I can share with you guys what she just texted me. She texted me just a while ago, but then I didn't answer, respond. But now she texted me back. So I told her, I told her, I'm taking you out to eat. And congratulations. She's been doing so good. I'm so proud of my wife. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. Yeah, someone was asking, how old is this video? This video is from the 15th, so about 4 days ago. Oh, thank you. Yeah. She's been doing so good.
All right, let's see who we got.
Thank you.
Behave, ladies. Behave,
Thank you.
ladies. Somebody just sent me some early morning candy. It's too early for that.
Here we go.
Too early for that, my beautiful African queens. At ease. At ease.
Thank you. And no, just for the record, we ain't having no more babies. Some people probably like, oh, yeah. I said, no, it's not that. It's not that. Okay. Everybody giving a shout out to my wife. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. The Smart Barbie says, congrats to Miss Honor. I'm gonna text her and let her know that people are saying congratulations. People are saying congrats in the Cookie Crush chat. Cookie Crush chat. I didn't tell what you achieved though. Because there are let me stop. I'll say we'll keep that a secret. We'll keep. I don't want to be petty. We'll keep that a secret for now. Okay. Thank you, Smart Barbie. Yeah, and thank you guys so much for giving my wife congratulations and stuff. I'm really proud of her. I'm so proud of her. Someone said Umar looked so bored. Yeah, well, he just woke up. He started live streaming out of the mama closet. That's exactly what he did. Thank you guys so much for this. I'm gonna keep putting these up. All right. No. Oh no. She pregnant with triplets. I'm too old to have kids, y'all. I'm so old. I've been too old. Okay. Yeah, our youngest, he's a teenager now. We ain't Nope. I said I'm done at 5. Thank you, Catherine. Everybody else too. Yeah, she's been doing so good, and her commitment and stuff, and just following through and doing what she's fantastic. We'd love to meet your beloved. Yeah, I wish I could share more, but things have taken since I started covering Umar. I've been through a whole lot online and offline too. My wife and I both. I remember there were people who were calling my old job, one of my old jobs, and making up all these lives and stuff. I mean, they were live streaming it too. It's crazy. Yeah. So we have to keep stuff hush hush these days. Thank you so much, everyone, for the kind words for my wife. I'll keep putting these up as I continue. listen, I ain't trying to have no more kids. Just because I'm too old. I'm waiting on grandbabies. That's what I'm waiting on. I was telling my aunt that yesterday, because I had family members texting me about for my birthday. I said, I can't. My kids, they take it too long. I'm getting old. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sister Sage. How is Arkansas treating you?
Yeah.
What part of Arkansas are you in?
I'm more northeast.
What's up, Joshua?
Marion,
Arkansas. How many black folks up in that area?
How would she know? How many?
We got our share.
Yes.
Well, if y'all ever want Dr. Umar to come to town for a free
no.
seminar, because I've never been in that area, you just call on me. If you can find a church or community center, you let me know. I'm gonna come through and do a free psychoacademic seminar for our parents.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm a part of
Thanksgiving. I don't know. I mean, we can live stream if you guys want to get together. I think, didn't we get together last year? I think, yeah, we did. We got together last year for Thanksgiving. Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, and I think for the last couple of Thanksgiving, let me go see what day Thanksgiving is on the calendar. What day is Thanksgiving? Because I know I have the day off. Giving on. I'm sorry. My wife says tell everyone thank you. And she was like, well, you can tell them. I said, no, I'm saying for cybersecurity reasons, we need to keep it private. You guys, I can't tell you how much foolishness we've had to deal with. And people stalking my children too. You got to be a sick individual to do something like that. Thanksgiving this year is on. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was on a Thursday. Yeah, it's on a Thursday. Yeah. If you guys want to, we can get together. The 27th. That would be a week from Thursday. Yeah, if you guys would want to hit the one. If there's enough ones in there, we can get together. Yeah, that's fine. We did last year too. In fact, I think we did last year. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And my wife said to tell everyone thank you as well. She says tell everyone thank you. All right. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
Delta, we have a little organization that for the community that has the kids engaged in arts, and they get a chance to do little projects and act in little plays, so it just keeps them engaged in the community.
Powerful. You said you're a member of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated.
Umar was like, powerful, powerful. We know what that means.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's called Delta Arts.
Okay, Delta Arts, not Delta Sigma Theta. Okay, I understand.
East B, you crazy. East B said my wife achieved her certification in school psychology. Well, that's funny.
No problem, no problem. So yeah, let me know if y'all want to do a little seminar.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do it.
Let me know. We can make it happen.
Okay, absolutely.
All right, go right ahead with your question, beautiful.
Okay, so I have an 8-year-old, and
yeah, I did a couple of times. Yeah. Let me stop. Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this chat room. Here we go.
She struggles some mornings going to school. She's gotten better. So it used to be worse. She would cry, not wanting to go. Baby. But lately she'll say, "Oh, I got."
Oh, thanks, blessing, stress. Stressless, I appreciate it.
Nauseous, and I give her a mental health day. But I'm thinking that it's maybe a little anxiety and her just still not wanting to do it. She makes good grades in school, and she's a hard worker, and the teacher says she's a delight to be in her class, and she is a leader. And I was just wondering if you had any kind of advice and recommendations you can give me, because every morning I'm coaching her from the time we wake up to the time I let her out the car to walk away, because I want her to be in good spirits when she leaves me. But I do know that she struggles with, wanting to be there.
Okay, so you said she don't like the school.
She don't like school, period. She'd rather be homeschooled.
Okay, so it's not the school. She just don't like school.
Correct.
And are you sure it's not the school?
Yeah, because a couple of weeks ago she said, "Hey," at
right,
first she wanted to change the school, but a couple of weeks ago she says, "Hey, Mom, am I gonna get to go back to?"
Listen, I can give you guys stories. Stories after stories. And again, the person who really started it was Dempsey Spears, and he has a 9-count indictment now for alleged Medicare fraud and identity theft, felonies. And a lot of people picked up what he was saying. He paid people to go after me, to go after my wife and my kids. He went after my kids too, by the way. He went after my wife. I'm really tempted to do a series on him, but it's just the time commitments. He's really a real talk. He's a nobody. That's why I never responded. In general, I don't respond. There was one person I responded to, but she passed away, and I felt bad about it afterwards. But she had for years. She had gone at me and my family, but then my extended family too. But Dempsey Spears was the one that kicked it all off. And now he used to call me a scammer and a fraudster. He called me that I was committing. One time he said that my wife and I, we were committing Medicare or Medicaid fraud, whichever one. I can't remember which one it is. I have all the videos. And here we are all these years later, from 2016 to 2024, he submitted false and fraudulent claims to Medicare for psychotherapy services that were never provided. And he was charging the government or the Medicaid for people that had already passed away. And he was doing that from at least 2016. So even when he was online doing all that stuff, he was committing fraud. $4 million. What's his restitution going to be? How much time is he going to serve if he's convicted? That's why I'm saying, for me, what I've always told myself, with the exception of one person, was, and I kind of went a little too far, is just not to respond. Let people do what they do. You can lie all you want to. You can spin the false narratives. You can attack my wife. You can attack my family. Don't show up at my door, though. That's what I'll say. Real talk. Y'all catch my drift. You can do all the other stuff, but understand that there's always a price to pay. It's inevitable. And look where Dempsey Spears is at, and other people too. It's just a matter of time. It's one by one. Man. Here we go.
VPA is Visual Performing Arts School. She said, "I'm gonna get a chance to go back because we're gonna be able to do activities for 4th grade. She'll get to do more and change classes." And so that made me happy because she's taking interest in wanting to participate.
Thank you, man, Cyan.
But it has been a
challenge.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
On, but you got to come on screen.
I'm waiting on these grandbabies, boy. I tell you.
Every morning to just motivate her. And I just need to, you know, if you got any more ways that I can encourage her and get her to like it, because
I know, sweet D, I know, I'm good.
They got up and rose with no problem and went to school.
Oh,
okay, and she's 8 years old, right?
Yes.
What grade? Third?
Third grade.
Okay. Did you hear me speak to the previous mother about that discipline program in the home?
Yes.
You need to do the same thing with your princess. Rewards and punishments. You get up and you motivate it and you focus and you don't give me no pushback, no issues. But
I don't know if we can do a marathon. We could probably, because the thing is, we would have to figure out what videos we're going to watch, unless Umar, you know, he does some more. We could probably do a mini marathon for sure, because a mini marathon is 6 hours. A marathon is closer to 12. We haven't done a marathon in a while, but for sure, let's get together for Thanksgiving. Okay, and if for whatever reason I'm unable to, I'll have something up here for everybody, but I'm gonna plan for it. Okay, yeah.
Going to school, that's
what's up, Black
Anonymous? A successful day. You know, when I get pushed back and you don't show the motivation, that's gonna be a not so successful day. You know, and there'll be a reward for you at the end of the week. During the weekend, we can do something fun. If you've had more successful days than unsuccessful days.
Hey, Pam.
And on every day that is unsuccessful, you will get a consequence. That could be early bed, that could be loss of activities that she likes to do. I just think you need to add a discipline.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jimmy Jamboree.
With the motivation that she needs.
Jimmy Jamboree.
She's not going to change without you. So now it's time for consequences and rewards.
You're right on, because I have been probably.
He called it an Umar-thon. I like that though, Black Morrow. Umar-thon. It's petty, but it works.
Lacking a little bit in the disciplinary area, because I have a 25-year-old in college and I got a 20-year-old in college. And I had more energy to, you know, direct and guide them. And this one is like, well, I don't want to fight. You know, I want to have.
I know you've been through it too, Lene. I know you've been through it, but that's why I have so much respect for you, because you ain't backing down off of nobody. Real talk. You ain't backing down off of nobody. Umar tried his best, didn't he? And look at him now, back in the mama closet. And people respect you. Real talk. They respect you. You came up. You was like, ain't no shame. It was what it was, and you stood on your square. And look where Umar at. Look at him. Back in his mama closet. Cold. He cold. That's why he got on. He all bundled up. He don't like the cold. Literally. He a sissy. He's sissified. You supposed to be a man? Now the women's different. I know that. That's something, you know, when we went to the movies, we came out the movies, my daughter, she was cold. I said, let me take my jacket off. So we're good to the car. We're going right in the car. It's okay. Well, because women, that's why men, you should know that. You don't have them exposed to the elements like that unnecessarily. Whether it's too hot outside or if it's cold, it's snowing, go shovel the snow with me, baby. No, you go shovel the snow so she's not exposed to it. Well, Umar's like that, though. He don't like being in the cold. He don't like none of that. He's sissified. As part of the issue with him is his muscle mass. Very little of it. Anyway, thanks, Lene. For doing what you did this year, because you blew up the spot. Umar has never recovered since, and he ain't. Anyway, let's go.
Good day at work as well, and I want her to have a good day at school, but I do need to add a little bit more of disciplinary to her.
Yes, ma'am. Just
okay, we're gonna do something on Thanksgiving for sure.
I appreciate you.
No problem, Queen.
Thank
Keep
you.
Posted on that seminar if you ever want to do it.
Absolutely.
All right.
See how Umar begging for venues? He's supposed to be the most requested, sitting in mama closet. Cut it out. She got a bonnet on too. She ain't worrying about you, Umar. Cut it out.
No problem. Be blessed.
Blessings.
All right. Who I got on the live right now? Show your face, my queen. I don't mind your hair being covered. Show your face. Hey, beautiful. What's the name?
Hi, my name is Beverly.
Pleased to meet you, Beverly. Where you calling from? What city?
Lock Haven in Pennsylvania.
You a Lock Haven University student?
No.
Listen, why would I know that, Coco? I'm 50. Why would I know that? I mean, come on. No, real talk. We never celebrated Thanksgiving. All I know is Black Friday started the day after that. So that's all I know. Except, they be getting people because they already started Black Friday sales already. They just want to try to get money. At some point, they're going to call it Black Week. And then at some point, it's going to be Black Month. Then we get another black, you know, we got the February, then we get it in never mind. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, you just live in Lock Haven.
I lived in Williamsport and then I moved here.
Okay, I'm familiar with Williamsport. I actually spoke there a couple times. All right. Go ahead with your question, beautiful.
I just have one.
Yeah, but see, and I've been through all that. I've been through all that. Yeah, but you know, they're going to get their karma. Yeah, and they said that they posted that your kids are dumb. They're going to get, and see, that's what I'm saying. Dempsey Spears did that, was talking, and also Claudia, she was talking real reckless about my kids, and people did not like that. She really, and rest in peace, but people did not like that. She never recovered from that. Even people who were down with her, you know, doxing my personal information, all this stuff, that was like, you don't gone too far. You don't do that. You don't bring up the kids. You don't bring up the wife. But Dempsey Spears did that too. He was talking reckless about my, and I have the video. Okay, he was talking reckless and diagnosing my oldest son based upon another video, the birthday party. That's why we don't even show birthday parties for our kids anymore. Some sick people out here. But look at where Dempsey Spears is at now. He's ruined his career. And if in fact these charges stick and he goes to jail, he's going to be a felon. He's not going to be able to work in that. He's destroyed his whole life. I'm going to say one other thing. That house that he has, but I'm going to tell, because I looked into his financials. When he gets out, he ain't going to have that house anymore either. And with restitution, if in fact out of $4 million, he's going to have to be restitution, he's going to have but you see, that's how this works. People need to learn that lesson. But I think some people like Dempsey, like it just doesn't register in their mind that what they're doing is wrong, and they just keep doing it and keep doing it. They're insatiable. Their need to cause harm in other people's lives is insatiable. And they just keep going and going and going. And then at a certain point, they hit critical mass and boom, there you have it. Well, it happens with everybody that operates like this, including people that are going after your kids. So, you know, like I always say, time always tells the truth and karma is undefeated. Let's go.
Smokers, and I have a 7-year-old, and she is in 2nd grade, and I went to parent-teacher conferences the other day.
Okay.
And her teacher just let me know that
I didn't know that.
Does not focus at all in class. She will get up and try to sharpen her pencil 50 times. She will ask to go to the bathroom multiple times. She twiddles at her desk. She says that she has good days and then she has bad days. And I'm not sure what to do, because I feel like I see it at home too.
Yeah.
And she, you know,
it happens.
Their first thing was, you know, take her to her doctor.
Don't put that baby on no drugs.
Here he goes.
And that's when I said, I don't feel comfortable.
Don't do that. Don't do it. And what grade again?
She's in 2nd.
Okay, let me ask you this. And you need to ask the teacher.
Okay, cool.
What are the consequences and rewards in that classroom?
He always go back to this. Yeah, Enterprise. How are you the most requested asking for gigs? Yeah, but that's Umar. He be begging for some venues. He's like, can you find a church for me, family? We need to be able to have 200 people, at least fit 5,000 people. It'd be like 10 people there. Cut it out. You're right. That Umar, everything with this guy, it's a stage show. And there are people who think that he's the most requested scholar. He's not a scholar in the first place, but he's not the most requested. He spends more time begging for venues than he does actually being invited to venues. Real talk. And thanks for Super Enterprise. Telling children to read books as a punishment just hurts my soul. Yeah, but that's Umar. That's Umar. Yeah, thank you so much, Athena. Yeah, like I said, you know, people can talk all they want to. You just better not show up at my door. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. Here we go.
Because see, one thing that teachers like to do is they like to pass off their responsibility to the parent. You can't do that. All behavior is a function of consequence and condition, the setting. So where it happens and what happens as a result of it. You're not in the classroom. The teacher has to run her own environment. Behavior is a function of environment. So if I'm talking
don't
to
do
the
that,
teacher,
Caramel.
the question becomes, what do you do when my daughter isn't doing what she's supposed to do?
How's it going,
Because if you do nothing, you're rewarding her behavior. You follow what I'm saying?
I know that is kind of crazy. I'm 50 and I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I just, because we didn't grow up celebrating anything. And Chris, Thanksgiving, I don't, you know, I'm gonna remember now because y'all clowning me about it all month.
So the teacher has to
What's
take
up,
some
dude?
responsibility. What is the punishment? And if my daughter does have a good day, good morning, good afternoon, what is the reward? So you got to push some of this back on her. Now on your end, and you heard me speak to the previous parents, you have to get some discipline going too. You feel me? You need your discipline calendar, and you explain it to your daughter. This is the new system. You come home, you had a bad day, you're gonna do your homework. Me and you ain't gonna have too much rap. I'm gonna check in with you, give you a hug.
We're not gonna have too much rap. Why would you be talking to your child like that?
Tell you I love you, but ain't gonna be no TV, ain't gonna be none of your toys. You're going to bed early. Boredom, starve her of your attention. Time out, early bed, boredom. That's how you're going to get her, and that's every day. Every day that she had a bad day, but then you tell her if you have a good week. 3 good days out of 5, we could go to the Please Touch Museum. We can go to the kids zoo. We could go to the movies. We're going to go out to dinner. Your favorite restaurant. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
This is all such an abusive strategy. It just would cause more harm to the child.
Activity. So you use the rewards to motivate her, and you use the punishments to motivate her. But remember, punishment is every day.
Okay.
Do not ever, you cannot let her.
See, this is Umar trauma, childhood trauma right here. This is him projecting based upon his abusive upbringing. It's really, really deep. It's so dangerous too to be passing this on or attempting to pass this on to other families. Real talk, and it's to the child's detriment. Broccoli Broomla says Umar's public posturing as a helper is cruel and hollow, given his own daughter was found in appalling conditions recently. True help starts at home. Amen. Amen. And I don't like to talk about the daughter because I know what's going on with her, and it's sad because Umar has been of no help. In fact, he's contributed to where she's at by virtue of what he did when she came out, what he did to her when she came out and spilled the beans that he was a deadbeat earlier this year. It's a sad and tragic situation, and it's a lot worse than I think most people realize. Some people look at that as like entertainment. I don't. You know, that's why I never had her on. There are people who are interviewing and all that type of stuff because it's like entertainment. That's not entertainment. There's nothing entertaining about it. If you raise kids and you love your children, you love children, you're not going to do that. That's not what she needed. She didn't need it to be interviewed, and she didn't need money either. Money's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is mental health services from professionals. And the deeper core issue for her was her father's love. Umar hasn't provided any of that. In fact, he chastised her and disrespected her and demeaned her for the whole world to see. And yet he gets up on here inside his mama's closet, out of all places, at the age of 51, and is telling parents what they need to be doing with their own children. Like he's some sort of a helper. No. Yeah, it's just sad all the way across the world, all the way across the board. Thank you for the super chat. New T Diggy says somebody needs to tell Umar in Pig Latin, of course, that the IGJ is upset. Because I have to think about that. The IGJ is upset. That means that the jig is up. Okay, even if you told him that, he's not gonna. For him, it's not going to make a difference because he's going to still go with this scam. He's going to still go with pretending to be a school psychologist. Umar is the ultimate pretending. He pretends to get married. He pretends that he cares about children. He pretends that he cares about his mama. He don't care about his mama. He pretends that he's a scholar. He's not a scholar. He pretends that he's a principal at some school somewhere. He's not. He's none of that. He pretends that these schools that these abandoned buildings are schools. No, they're abandoned buildings. He's a pretending. So even if you told him that in Pig Latin, it's not going to compute for Umar because he lives in a whole totally separate reality from everybody else. Real talk. Thanks, new T Diggy. East B says, congrats on the family. Oh, thank you so much, East B. Yeah. My wife, she's been doing really, really well, and I'm so proud of her. And that's the thing. I've had to take on a lot more responsibility, especially with the children that she's been doing what she's been doing, and I'm all the way 100% supportive. And she was supportive of me when I was pursuing my degree. and for her to make major decisions, and she's been handling her business. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her. She's the best. Thanks, East B, for the kind words. I appreciate it. Delta Force sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is an owl eye. Look like an owl looking through the thing. Okay, user 225 says, please touch museum is what Umar Johnson calls the script club. all right. Okay. Thank you. Christopher says, trapped in the closet tuned that. Yeah, right back in his mama closet. After 7 months, that's where he ends up, right? But again, no matter what, Umar is always going to end back up where he started. It doesn't matter how much money he collects. He's going to be like a little boy going back to his mama. His wife was Doc's bad. He has enemies also. I think you're talking about Dempsey. Yeah, and I had information on his wife many years ago, but I didn't put that out there. That's beyond the scope. The wife and children are off limits. And again, I never did anything to Dempsey, nothing else. He came in line. He was saying I was doctoring Umar Johnson's audio, and he just was making up shit. But the thing I noticed is that he be delusional too, because he was talking about how they tried to give him a contract to something. Remember we were watching that video, and he was just making that shit up on the spot. Well, he did the same thing back then. But you look at where he's at today. It's not by accident. Shady people online are shady people in real life too. But I've tried my best, because I've failed a couple of times where I went back at people, and I wish I hadn't done it, but it was what it was. Okay, but 98% of the time, I just keep it hush. And then there's information that I have on different people. I just know I'm not going to do that because it's not about them. They're thoroughly irrelevant. Umar, that's been the focus, and that's what my focus has been. See? Even still, Dempsey, for him to be where he's at, it's a consequence of how he has behaved, not just virtually online, it's also in the real world. And I'll propose that what he's done in the real world is far more egregious than what he has done online. He attacked a lot of people, and he hurt a lot of people, and it doesn't even register in his mind. That's deep to me. No remorse, nothing, not even apologetic to anybody, because he was paying people to attack me, to attack my wife, and go after my kids. He went after my kids too, talking reckless about my wife. There's some things that are beyond the scope, and if you have any integrity, you're not going to cross those boundaries. You're not, and again, no one's perfect, because there's been times where I've overstepped some things. There's been a couple of times, especially with the sister who passed, rest in peace. But that was after she had been going after me and my family, my extended family members, for a couple of years, and at a certain point, I had enough of it. So I clowned her, and it was hilarious. And some of you guys but then she passed not too long after that. And she was feeding information to Umar, and he was using that information to dox my family. Listen, anyway, there's a line of demarcation. I've done my best not to pass that line of demarcation. And just because people like Dempsey's and other people, they had done some horrible things, I've never done that to Dempsey or any of these other people. But look where Dempsey's at today. Yeah. Thank you, lady. The smart barber says, because starving your kids of attention worked right, Umar? Yeah, see, that's again, Umar, his issue, and I think one of his fundamental issues as a child was that he didn't get enough attention. And I'm not just saying from his mama, I think also from his father, who was, he was a rolling stone. He didn't get enough attention. And then he shipped off away from the family, sent away to a boarding school. And at that point, he's basically largely cut off from his mama and from his daddy, from the 9th grade through the 12th grade. So he's the one who starved for attention. But in his mind, instead of seeing that and saying, okay, well, I want to make sure that doesn't happen to other children, he imposes that on other people's reality as a solution, that they should be starved for attention. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard Umar say. And any loving parent, you're not going to do anything like that. If anything, if your child is struggling, you give them more attention. You want to find out what they're going through. You want to figure out what are the resources that I can find, professional or otherwise, that can assist them. But not Umar. And he's supposed to be this great school psychologist or psychologist or child psychotherapist or family therapist, all the other stuff he said he was. Okay. Thanks the smart barber. Just horrible advice. Banji Baby says, how the American Psychological Association found him fit to practice, we will never know. I don't know. Yeah, In the documentary, I explained how something happened to Umar when he goes to Africa. Okay, he was already shady. He was already causing problems. But when he goes to Africa in 2005, something happens to the extreme to where, and he decides that he's going to leave the UNIA, which was a major life decision, and he's going to leave the field of end his career as a school psychologist. He was already causing problems even before that. And he just got worse and worse and worse after that. That's Umar's trajectory. But how is it that even before that took place, did Umar get certified? I mean, it's amazing. But the same thing can be said about Dempsey. No self-awareness, writing all these sexually explicit songs about women that he meets online, even though he's supposed to be married. Just real reckless, you know, attention seeking, lying, just making up lies. I mean, the lie he told about the singing, and they was trying to, I don't know what he was saying. Is it you have some really disturbed, mentally disturbed individuals who are supposedly psychologists. It's incredible to me. It really is. But how Umar was able, how he even got a PsyD in 2012, even though he said he was saying he had it in 2007. He's a con man. How he even got a PsyD in 2012 is incredible, because by that time he was already crazy. I mean, he was already out the box. It's gotten worse, but any person, rational person, thinking person, will see Umar, be like, well, something wrong with this guy. And it's scary because these are the people that are let loose on into the Black community, and then they have certifications or degrees, and they use that as leverage, and they weaponize it against Black people and give all this horrible advice like we hear Umar doing. And this has consequences for the parents, but then also for the children who are affected by the parents' decisions based upon what Umar said. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how Umar, because he was a certified, nationally certified at one point. Currently he holds no certifications, no licenses whatsoever. And he's not a school psychologist, but he pretends to be one online. Okay. Thanks, Banji Barbie, for the super chat. D. Will says, happy belated birthday, Lenon. We just celebrated my grandma's 80th. Well, congratulations. Every day is a blessing, brother. If you stream Thanksgiving, can we do video requests? I got some Umar videos I love to revisit. I mean, we can do that unless Umar, normally when we do marathons, though, any mini marathons or full marathons, it's normally like we go and look at older videos. So let's plan to do that. And what I'll do is I'll put together like some polls, or I'll put together something to where people, if you have recommendations, you can list it, and then we'll figure out which ones out of those recommended videos you got that people want to watch. Maybe we'll do polls based upon that, and we'll figure it out. Okay. We can do it that way, or what we can do, we just come in on Thanksgiving. I'll have a video where we start with, and then people, you can make recommendations, and then we can go from there. We just, hang out and have a good time. What my wife tends to do is she just order out, because she don't be trying to cook. So she just order out food, and we just have a good time that way. Okay, thanks, D. Will. And congratulations to the grandmama reaching 80. I hope I get there myself. Okay, I got a ways to go. Thank you for the super chat, sir. I appreciate it. All right. Now, for real quick, if people don't know what I'm talking about with Dempsey Spears, let me just, I just want to give you guys, and I'll do this quickly. I'll put a link where you guys can actually find this yourself. If you want to go look it up, you're more than welcome to do so. Where is, hold on one second. Let me see if I can do it this another way. Stop screen share. I'll do a screen share again, and I think it's this one. Yeah. Let me pull this up just so that people can see what I'm talking about here. There you go. It's not working. There we go. Okay, so let me provide you guys with the link to this too, if you're in the chat room, if you guys want to go and look at this for yourself. This is from the United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of Texas. Oh, here's the link right here. And this is a press release, and this is from October 1st, 2025. It didn't actually come online until more recently because of the government shutdown, but this took place on October 1st. Clinic owner arrested in multi-million-dollar fraud scheme involving non-existent psychotherapy services. And this is Dempsey Spears. Dempsey Spears would be online pretending as if he's this great psychologist, and he would talk down to people, including people in his chat room, and call people broke and that they weren't successful, and he's great and all this type of stuff, kind of like how Umar is. But ultimately, this is what takes place over a number of years, and at this point, he's facing a count indictment. And he spent many years attacking people who criticized Umar, and I was one of his main targets. It was not just me; there was other people too. No remorse for it either. And then he paid people to attack other people as well. And it was just like a bunch of chaos. I think for him, there was something about feeling empowered to be able to pay people and then have people come and participate in all that foolishness. It made him feel powerful, but it also made him feel important. But you have to really be a sick individual to operate like that. And he did this for many, many years. I never responded, but lo and behold, look what's taken place. Houston. A 47-year-old Houston resident has been taken into custody for his alleged role in a $4 million Medicare fraud and identity theft scheme, announced U.S. Attorney Nicholas J. Ganji. Dempsey Spears made his initial appearance before U.S. Magistrate Judge Richard Bennett. A federal grand jury in Houston returned a 9-count indictment September 23rd, which was unsealed upon his arrest. The indictment alleges that from 2016 to 2024, Spears submitted false and fraudulent claims to Medicare for psychotherapy services that were never provided. According to court documents, Spears owned and operated 2 mental health clinics, transitional life counseling and consultation in Texas City, and Spears Community Services in Mesquite. He had other businesses too. I remember he had I want to say it was like a halfway house, and I remember he named it after his mother, rest in peace, and he was committing fraud the whole time. He shut down a lot of businesses because in essence, he was a failed businessman. He would call other people failure. He would call me a failed musician and all this type of stuff. Meanwhile, he's a failed businessman. And he was just behaving really poorly. It's just egregious how he was behaving online, and no self-awareness, and then no remorse for it either after all these years. He also had a dollar store from what people were saying, but I don't know much about that. It goes on to say he allegedly continued billing under the names of 7 licensed clinical social workers after they resigned from TLCC. The charges further allege he submitted claims to services purportedly provided to Medicare beneficiaries who were deceased at the time of the billed treatment. Well, I tell you, I mean, you really have to. I'll leave it. From 2016 to 2023, Spears allegedly billed Medicare approximately $4 million in fraudulent psychotherapy claims tied to the 7 former LCSWs and was paid approximately $1.5 million. If convicted, Spears faces up to 10 years in federal prison for each count of healthcare fraud. He could also receive an additional 2 years for aggravated identity theft, which must be served consecutively to any other prison term imposed. The charges also carry a possible $250,000 maximum fine, and who knows how much the restitution would be. The Texas Attorney General's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit and Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General conducted the investigation. Assistant U.S. Attorney Kathleen Olson is prosecuting the case. So we'll see how this goes. I was thinking about following this I can actually pull up the indictment and all that stuff. I have all of the paperwork. I was thinking about following it, not to be petty and get back at him, but just to give another example of a fraudster who used to defend Umar. And they have some similarities. Okay, they're not similar all the way, but they have some similarities in terms of personality type, how they behave and how they operate. And I think it would be kind of interesting to draw the correlations between someone like Dempsey Spears and Umar Johnson. But he was committing fraud allegedly for about 8 years. Meanwhile, being online, being reckless, attacking all kinds of people and presenting himself as if he's some moral authority on other people. He said some horrible things about me too. All of it's forgiven. I recognize that you can forgive someone doesn't mean that they're not subject to the karma for what they did. Right. And his karma, and this, I'm telling y'all, this is just the beginning. It's going to get a lot worse for this guy. And if in fact he's convicted and he goes to prison, Fed time, he's not going to do well in there. I'm going to tell you that right now. But the other thing is that the damage that it's going to cause in terms of his career, he basically, his career is over with, and it's going to be very difficult for him to survive. It would actually be multiple felonies. And without saying too much, I already know his financials are bad. It's going to be very difficult for him, extremely difficult for him. All right. By the way, we were covering this just to give you another example of the type of person. He would actually write songs about women. He's supposed to be married, but he would write songs about women, these sexually explicit songs about women that he would interact with online.
Sorry, I don't got my weed.
See, this is supposed to be a mental health expert. He had a career. The government told him that he had to shut down all of his business. He's a fraudster. He used to call me a fraud, call my wife a fraud. That we were committing Medicaid fraud. I mean, all types of stuff he was saying that something was wrong with my oldest son. I mean, just talking really reckless. Listen, my oldest son, he's doing fantastic. I'm proud of all my children. He's doing fantastic. Okay, maxing out his 401k. Okay, he's fiscally responsible. He's a good person. That's most important. He ain't out here committing crime or fraud. See how this works? This guy was he was supposed to be a mental health expert, and that's how he presented himself. Listen, he's so delusional. He's still online pretending as if he's this great psychologist, as if none of this is happening, just in a totally delusional state. But something's it's up here with this guy from the beginning. the cat. Yeah, this is with auto tunes. Okay. Hey, Brina, I think he's saying rub me down. That auto tune is like, what the fuck? Said shit. That auto tune's all tired and shit. We can't do this. We're trying. We need more processor speed, family. We need more. We need about 32 more gigabytes of RAM. We need. Let me stop. I'm being petty. I ain't gonna do that. Here we go. Men, don't be dancing like this, okay? It's inappropriate. Said purple. He's a Timu Keith Sweat. They used to call him R Belly, like R Kelly. They would call him R Belly. What? You don't want to hear a little more? Here, let me skip through to another part.
Yeah, loving that vibe, y'all. Now, it's not finished yet, but it will be in about 2 or 3 days, baby. It's gonna be fire when I release it next weekend, and I'm gonna have a video for it. We'll be seeing D-Durrell live and in action, baby.
Don't be like that, Dre. Come on now. I know some of you women are enjoying. I know some of you queens are enjoying this. If you're enjoying it, hit the 1. I'm being petty. Here we go. What in the world? It sounds like if a ghost was trying to sing, but something was wrong with his throat. You know what I'm saying? Something was wrong with the ghost's throat, but it was still singing to scare people. Like I said, it sounds like a dying wildebeest that's stuck in the mud and is trying to get out, but it's dying at the same time. What?
Yeah. Thank you, LB, baby. Thinking about you when I write this music, baby. I got inspiration like LB, baby. Got inspiration like Tiffany, baby. Yeah. Inspiration.
Okay. Maddie, you have a good point. Let's stop, okay? Maddie says we were so nice to you on your birthday, and this is the things we get. All right, I'm being petty. I apologize. I shouldn't do y'all like that. But I just want to give you guys an example of and this isn't like the bad stuff he was doing, because the other stuff he was doing was egregious, attacking people, and he would have people come up and argue, and he would just sit back and let people curse each other out. I have those videos. It's crazy. Tip the Griff and people like that. But the thing is that it just goes to show you, as a therapist, as someone who's a so-called professional, this is not what you do. You don't go online and behave like this. I mean, I'm setting all the other stuff aside because a lot of the stuff was sexually explicit. And then he does a video based upon the music that he produced. This goes to show you that in terms of his mind, this delusional, he's a liar too. He lies a lot. Okay, watch this.
Hey guys, how you doing? This is D Durrell with DDS Sounds. I got some good news for you all, guys. I just received a new opportunity musically. This is actually probably one of about, I think, maybe 4 or 5 letters of interest in regards to my music. I'm going to read.
Does anyone believe this shit?
Read the email to you.
See, he used to act like he was a big boss. He was just renting out these little spaces, little office spaces. One time he was up in there because he would live stream while he was at work. One time the office manager came in because he was yelling and screaming, and basically told him to shut up. I mean, quiet down. Like he ain't no big boss. He wasn't running anything, but he was pretending as if he did. Just like Umar pretends. Remember one time he was online, and I have the video. He was online and he was live streaming and he was at work, but he was supposed to be meeting with a client. And a client calls, and so the secretary comes in to tell him that the client is waiting on him, and he starts lying about how the client, we changed it, blah blah blah, and he just starts making up. But see, the thing is that he was focused on being online and acting a fool as opposed to handling business as a professional. But this right here is very telling, because he's just making this up.
I've had some from some A&Rs that have contacted me before in the past, who pretty much wanted me to audition for a couple of things. They wanted me to go to Austin to do the SWSX. I needed that. Also, I had a person that wanted me to go on tour, which I can't do. I can't do tours. I'm pretty much, at this point for me, unless I'm getting a situation where I'm getting paid a certain amount of money where I, basically go away from my businesses and so forth to actually perform. I'm okay with being hot locally, statewide, or something like that, maybe even regionally, but not going all over the place. Hot. But I'm going to read the email to you, and I'm going to tell you what they're pretty much talking about. So this is the music department from Music Discovery XO. This is actually an indie music company or music label. It's they deal a lot with independent labels. So the person says, "Good day. I found your music on YouTube and hope it's all right to contact you." Cool. I don't mind that. He says, "I'm an A&R representative at SRL Music Discovery XO in London. Not familiar with I'm not familiar with SRL Music Discovery. I'm really not. They're an international company. They're British." And he says that an artist relations company, they're an artist relations company representing independent musicians and labels around the world. "We're looking for new music for our radio network, music licensing catalog, and artist promotion roster. I'd like to invite you to audition." Me? Cool.
Yeah, it's so awkward too. He has issues with his skin color too, and also how he looks, because he's made reference to that. It's like getting online, he presented himself as if, he's this big boss and all the women want him and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of sad, but it's his own doing. Men followed him because they thought he was rich. I hate that about our culture. We will hold up any clown we think is rich or famous, like Umar. Yeah. And he presented himself as if he was a big boss. Meanwhile, he has a tax lien of over $100,000. How do you get a tax lien of $100,000? And you scam the government out of $4 million in Medicaid. What they call that? Rob Peter to pay Paul. That's what's going on here. But he got up there and he would talk about his cars and his expensive glasses, and it was just a big front. But look at him today. I don't know how many years is he facing based upon what could he potentially face. Did anyone do the math on that? If convicted, Spears faces up to 10 years in federal prison for each count. It's a 9-count indictment for each count of healthcare fraud. So that's separate. I don't know the breakdown. I think it's a 9-count indictment. I don't know the breakdown. I think it's 5 to 4, but I don't know which one. So let's assume that the 4 of it is healthcare fraud. And then I could read it again, but let's just assume that 4, and that's for each count. So that would be 40 years. He could also receive an additional 2 years for aggravated identity theft. And if that's 5, that would be 2 more years, and it would be served consecutively, not concurrently. So what would that be? 4, 10 years, 40. He could be facing 42 years. He needs to plead out. That's what he needs to do. Yeah, but he was online pretending the whole time, scamming the government, and again, like I've been saying, they always end up right back where they started. Look where he's at today. Yeah.
Why not? Now I got to figure out. I'm going to finish the next half of it, but I'm going to definitely respond back. I want to let them know that I'm very interested.
Yeah, fair time.
And I'm going to have to pick out a song that I'm going to audition.
Damn, somebody said 90 years. Goodness.
I got to make it hot. I got to make sure everything is cool. So it also says, subject to a successful audition, Music Discovery XO will get your music heard by entertainment industry professionals and fans around the world, and help facilitate music licensing and distribution deals, live events, and touring opportunities, record label and music.
Whoa. So funny thing, he would call me identity theft as an insult, the nerve of that thief. Wow. And he was the one engaged in aggravated identity theft. Now that's deep right there. And I didn't even have been around for a long time. You done seen all of it, but to see, could you have ever imagined? Probably. Anyway, and what's interesting is when Dempsey would complain about what other people were allegedly doing to him, it was all things that he was doing to other people. Umar does that. They project.
Publisher deals and other career opportunities. We will receive a detailed agreement once your audition has been successful. Please do get in touch. It would be a pleasure to hear from you. In the meantime, you can also find out about the audition and reserve an audition ticket. Okay? So now what I'm going to get ready to do, I'm going to get an audition ticket.
He's making all this up.
See, I'm looking at it. It says Music Discovery XO, Discover Independent Music. They have a lot of different artists on here. Again, these are all indie. And I have to reserve my ticket. And it's a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to fill out. I'm going to have to fill out my email address, name, real name, artist name. I don't have a SoundCloud link. YouTube link. I can put that on there.
Yeah, I remember that they used to call people who were supportive of me Lenon lovers. He said, pause. But we ain't even going to get into that. And then he had a group. His crew they called themselves the good guys, but nothing was good about it. It's crazy. Meanwhile, he's scamming. Anyway, it's wild. I forgot about that.
I have Facebook. And it says, what music equipment do you use? I say all that. What famous artists, band, producers do you like this? Do you sound like? What type of music act are you? Do you currently promote your own music? Do you perform music? What is your main career objective? Biography, photo, upload a song for radio play, audition, introduction music, audition video. Okay, there's quite a few things I got to do. So I'm going to definitely work on this, and I'm going to get an audition ticket. So I like to say that I'm looking forward, guys, to getting all this stuff taken care of as far as the paperwork, picking out the song that I want to audition, singing that particular song, doing a quick video of me, I guess, doing the song, performing the song. And I'm going to see how I go.
He's really weird, like in a goofy way. I used to call him, well, I did a couple of times. That's what I mean. But there's been times where I've overstepped boundaries, but I didn't say his name directly, but he reminds, because I'm in a sci-fi, he reminds me of Yoda, but if there was a black Yoda, he would look like this.
Goes. Very excited about it. The thing for XX.
Yeah, he is.
SWXX. SX.
Just delusion.
There's no way I was going to go out. Then they didn't actually want to. It was actually for free. It was free promotion. It would have been a good opportunity, but at the time it wasn't for me. Another place wanted me to travel, do a 12-city tour, which I was not.
What?
Interested in doing. I'm 42 years old. I got kids and business to operate. I don't have time.
It's amazing this guy's saying this.
For that. Now, if I was 32 or 22, I would have been all on this, particularly trading. But I'm going to definitely take advantage of the opportunity, see what happens. Hey, all they can say is no, but it'd be greatly appreciated if they say yes. So
you're gonna be making beats in the pen. Thanks, Miss Ivy. I don't mean to laugh. I'm just saying that the delusion of this guy. But he spent so many years, and I do mean years, because he was going after me since 2019, attacking people and paying other people to attack people, and it got really out of control. But this is a whole delusion that he's living in. He presents this online as if this is what he's about because he's this great singer and music producer, I guess.
This is D. Durrell with DDS Sounds. I'm going to definitely be dropping out some new music soon. I'm actually going to be dropping out another chill hop type of soundtrack again, maybe about somewhere between 12 to 15 tracks. I'm actually thinking about that. I got some other music that everybody that know me from, Black YouTube and the Manosphere. I got some stuff that I need to drop, and I may do some other tutorial like beat making.
See, I used to do those. That's why he started doing it. I remember there's a video where he says, "I'm a better musician and singer than Lenon," and I said to myself, "I'm not a singer. I never took one class or coursework in singing whatsoever. The reason why I started singing was because I like to write songs, and I would sing the songs as I'm writing the songs. I'm an instrumentalist. My main instrument is the flute. But I used to do videos for music production, and he saw this, so he started to do those. He started calling himself the dark-skinned LenonHonor. He's supposed to be a mental health expert. How?
Videos, but I have a lot of things coming up. Particularly, I'm going to go through the whole process of me getting ready for this particular audition, and I'm definitely going to let you know how that goes. So, have a lot to show you. Have a lot of content in the future. Hope you appreciate the video. This is D. Darrell, DDS Sounds. Have a great day.
Yeah, do you guys mind me if I show you something that most of you guys never saw before? It's really interesting because, again, the music part is the music part, but I just want to go. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys this real quick. But again, he's talking about his music, but if you listen to his music, check this out.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what I'm about to do now, I'm about to put in another layer to it to give it more of a full sound.
See, I used to do videos like this back in the day. Well, I didn't sound like this. I'm like, oh, baby, I want some chicken strips, baby. If you can give me the love, yeah, baby, hot dogs and chitlins, baby. I wasn't doing that.
You hear that sound? It's more of that deep sound.
Oh, yeah, baby. I need your love, baby. I need your love, baby. I want your love, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. I want your love.
Hi-hats. Now it's time for the nice bass line to it. Then also, along with the bass line, I'm going to do another synthetic that follows the bass line to give it more of a fuller sound. The only thing now what is missing is the beat. See, this actually sounds like an introduction. Okay, here we go.
Your
Yeah, so this is what, based on this, that's why they were trying to get him to do an audition and all this other stuff. Just thoroughly delusional. Let me play something for you all. This is from the air day, because I have it uploaded onto my YouTube page. It's privated, but I have it up there for a reason. This was from January 9th of 2020. So I want you all to hear this. This is just like the tip of the iceberg. But again, I never responded. He really wanted my attention. He's getting a little of it now, but it's not directed at him. It's really to show there's a correlation between people like him and people like Umar. Let me do a screen share right quick. And then we'll get back to it. Hold on one second. All right, here you go.
I got some breaking news, man. Breaking news.
Okay.
Your boy running from the police right now as we speak.
Who that?
LenonHonor.
Wow, what happened?
I can't say the reasons, but I heard with my own ears that there were reports made on LenonHonor for some things that he did that were unlawful, and the police have been trying to contact him several times to make contact, and he refused to respond back. All of a sudden his phone don't work.
Oh, I heard that too.
Wow.
Straight up, running from the popos right now.
Is this alleged or?
Nah, TC. I heard that too.
No. This ain't This is some real shit. I heard with my own ears. Yes, he's not. LenonHonor is dodging the police. I heard the lady, the actual officer. I heard the officer saying that they've contacted LenonHonor multiple times.
It's just funny now. It wasn't funny back then, but somebody said Lenon's on the run. I can laugh about it now, but come on, people. Yeah, I'm 50. I did good for 50. Give me some credit. That one, you come on, you guys admit it, for 50, that wasn't bad. Boy, this has been a wild ride. I'm gonna tell you right now. Identity with Hell was there. He was there back then. He knows. All right. Yeah. Yeah, somebody called me Lennon Simpson. I need to give me my next car. I'm going to get a white Bronco. It's wild. Okay. I don't mean to be like that. It's funny now, but it wasn't funny back then. Anyway, let's keep going.
And every time he letting the phone ring and he refuses to return the call.
Yeah. Nah,
like he just basically huh?
Not so it's just question. It's just a questioning situation, right?
Yeah,
like they just want to talk to
him about the alleged report. Yeah, they're questioning him about the alleged report against him that was filed against him. They're calling him to question so they can go through their procedures, but he's stalling the whole situation by not responding. And see, what he don't understand, you can only do that for so long, so they're gonna go there anyway. You can't. I mean, you actually make it worse by not responding. Because if you make them come up there, they may come there with the mindset of arresting your ass and bring you in instead of.
Look who's talking. You see how this worked? Hit the one. See, it was funny to them. It was funny back then. It wasn't funny to me. I got a family, I got a wife, I got kids. They used to call my job and shit. I could pull videos calling my job. He was paying people to do that. But look at where he's at today. It don't even register because I mean, there are other people who have done similar things and it doesn't click. You know, they don't realize that there's always going to be consequences. You get online, you lying on people, you making up false narratives. And so many people have done that with me. I don't respond, but you have at it. And no one is exempt either. People think that they're invincible. I guess he thought he was invincible. Yeah, he will know the law now. I'll tell you that right now, real talk. And you was there. You remember.
And see, what he don't understand, you can only do that for so long, so they're gonna go there anyway. You can't. I mean, you actually make it worse by not responding. Because if you make them come up there, they may come there with the mindset of arresting your ass and bringing you in instead of just asking questions before they decide to file charges against you. But my thing is this, you know, you not responding to them is almost like you trying to hide like you're guilty. You know that the alleged...
I never got these phone calls that he's talking about. If I got a phone call, I would know. I rarely get, even back then, I rarely get phone calls. Text messages. He ain't the only one that lied about shit like that, about people contacting me and I didn't answer the phone, or it was a bunch of bull jive. Just making up stuff, making up false narratives.
Charges that they reported on you on, it must have some validity if you don't want to talk about it. If you really guilty, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my thing,
but like I said, he don't know how to handle. He don't know how to handle shit. He don't know how to handle shit.
And so the lady, this is the thing, man. The lady stated, the lady officer stated, she has called him.
Yeah, this is TCTV is one of the people that used to have lie. He did a lot of lying too. Have people on his platform lying and all this stuff. It's so unnecessary. And again, no conscience about it either. You would think that a person would say, okay, this is wrong for me to do that, but they you know,
multiple times. Like literally, this nigga was called multiple times, not just no one or two times, more than that. And they said that once they get a hold to him, the proper people who are involved will be given a phone call back to let.
What? Does any of this make sense? No, because he's making it up. Now I did get phone calls though. I did because there were people who were they would lie, they would call my job, they would file these different reports, and some I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. You have no clue. But he paid a lot of people to do that.
Them know that he has been approached about the things that he has allegedly done.
Okay, what are these things that I've allegedly? I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff he was doing back then, and I have so many videos of him and all of the shenanigans. Tiff the Griff was involved, a whole bunch of different people. But look where he's at today. Yeah, karma's undefeated. Just begging. I mean, you have to be insecure about yourself as a man to do something like this. And look at the titles. Yeah. Here's some of the paperwork. U.S. District Court, Southern District of Texas, case titled USA versus Spears. So 1 to 5. So 5 counts of 1 to 5 healthcare fraud, and then aggravated identity theft. That's 6 through 9. So 9 altogether. So it's 5 healthcare fraud, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 aggravated identity theft. Highest offense level is a felony. So his career is over with. And he spent so much time online doing what he should have been handling business. This is the plaintiff represented by indictment. The original indictment with the signature of the grand jury foreperson is on file under seal with the clerk as to Dempsey Spears. 1 counts 1 through 5, 6 through 9 filed. All of this will be released at some point. It's on under seal right now. U.S. Attorney criminal docket sheet as to Dempsey Spears filed. That was on September 23rd, 2025. Motion to seal by USA as to Dempsey Spears filed, order, etc. Let me just scroll down. So let's see, August 1st. No, excuse me, October 1st of 2025, arrest warrant issued. That's when it actually is the date that it's filed. 9/23/2025, return executed on the 1st. He was arrested on the 1st. October 1st of 2025. As to Dempsey Spears, defendant was arrested in Houston, Texas. Document restricted from PACER under privacy policy. But again, this may all be public record at a certain point, especially if he's convicted. Set hearing as Dempsey Spears' initial appearance set for October 1st. Case unsealed as to Dempsey Spears. Minute entry proceeding, Brady order on Rule 5 as a Dempsey Spears signed by the magistrate, minute entry process, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I was thinking about following all this and just do it like, like as episodes, but it's really, to me, I think he's a waste of time. It's unfortunate too. But he was struggling long before, I'm talking about mentally, but also in terms of financially and as a career, in his career, he was struggling long before he got online because he had received, he got hemmed up before. Let me see if I can I'm not going to pull it up or show it. I'll just, let me get the date and then we'll get back to it, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I mean to go off, but if we type in, no, it's in PACER. That's where it's at. Let me get into PACER. All right, and then I'm in the case locator here. And I can just, all I need to put in, no, I don't need the case number. Oh no, I have it saved. This on the saved item. Save searches, Dempsey Spears. Save cases or save searches. Yeah, it's not coming up. Anyway, he had problems before. I think it was back in 2016, I believe. I think it was 2016. Anyway, it all finally caught up with him, and he's in a serious situation right now. Okay, before we get back to the main video, we're actually doing good on time. We'll go for another we'll go for another 45 minutes. Let me check the poll question. The poll question right now, we had over 1,665 votes. Should a 51-year-old man be living in his mama's closet? 13% said yes, 87% said no. Make sure you get your vote in during the live stream. We're at 579 likes. Our goal is to get to 700. We should be able to still get that goal before we get up out of here. Just as a quick break, someone sent me this video. This was Umar in last year, I believe. He was in Canada. Okay, it's a short video. Let me just show it to you guys because it's exclusive. Check it out.
There would be no school to prison pipeline if we was taking care of these boys the right way.
So the majority responsibility falls on the black.
Of course, your enemy is never responsible to solve your problem.
No, I will not. Go ahead.
All right. This person said they have more, but this is all they sent me so far. And then this is something someone told me they sent me this. Let's see what this is.
FDMG school doesn't exist, but donate anyway. Hit the Cash App, you dummy.
Oh my goodness, here's another
to FDMG School for Boys, where opportunity meets authenticity. Breathe in our signature mold, train in a world-class gym full of character, and discover classrooms so inspirational you won't even...
Okay, all right. Anyway, people, they be clowning Umar. They be clowning him so bad. All right, let's get back to the main video, everyone. We still have a chance of getting through everything, but I don't think so. But let's see. All right, thanks everyone inside the Cook Course. Thanks everyone who voted and hit that like button. Make sure you hit the like button if you're enjoying the show at any given point. I'm behind for the super chats. Let's see. I got felonies, baby. He can't work as a professional, as a psychologist when he has felonies. So that's over with. Just destroyed his career. But again, he was scamming way before this. I wish I could pull it up, the actual date, because matter of fact, I'm gonna find it while we're doing this live stream. It's just it finally caught up to him this time. Thank you, Vegan Sports Bar. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I'm right here. Oh, here we go. Mental health matters, but ear health ear health does not. Okay. A lady says men following him because this is so true. But there's a lot of people that they do that. They be getting online acting and pretending like they're rich and wealthy and they got it going on. And he was acting like he was a big boss and he had all these people working for him and he had $1 million company. No, he was scamming the government for over $4 million on some Medicare fraud. It's likely he going to prison because the feds don't play. You better plead out and get the least amount of time as you can. Miranda says, ain't nobody looking for you, Otis. yeah. He just made that whole story up. It's ridiculous. Thanks, lady. Thanks, Miranda. Your kids would, but the same thing with the whole thing he was saying about the police calling me and all this stuff. He made that up too. I mean, why? There ain't no need to do that, But then here we are now. He's the one who got arrested. I ain't never been arrested. Ain't trying to be either. Okay. Your kids and there's been times where the police, they did call me because of false reports that people in the quote unquote good guys were making, and he was paying people to make those reports. He was doing this with other people too, not just me. So it's not like exclusive to me. He just really, really horrible behavior and no remorse for it to this day. He should be apologizing to everybody to get some of this karma off of him before this case goes to trial or before you take that plea. Lenon, as a musician, we can't music. I will just call it sounds must offend you. Okay. We can't call it music. Yeah. The thing is that the delusional state that he lives in is incredible, because if your music sounds like that, and it does, it sounds horrible. The music sounds horrible. His voice sounds horrible. What he's singing at his age is horrible, and he's supposed to be married, and you're supposed to be a professional psychologist all the way across the board. It's horrible. But he doesn't have the self-awareness to recognize that he shouldn't have done that and that somehow it was okay. And he still has that level of self-awareness, a lack of self-awareness. Same thing with Umar. Umar, the same thing. It's correlation right there. See, Dempsey should get off the internet right away. Take everything down. Get off the internet and focus on the situation with the government. The FBI, because they ain't playing. Figure out what you need to do to get the least amount of time that you can get so that the least amount of damage takes place. Because if he's put in there for an extended period of time, he's going to lose his house. He's going to come back. He's going to be homeless. Then what? Was it worth it? No, ain't none of it worth it. He should have been handling business anyway, folks, but he got some issues. He got a lot of issues. I could say more too, because I've researched his family, but I ain't going to do that. I'm gonna leave it right there. Thanks, your kids. We'll see us for the super chat. Tiffany Tappy says, body roll tuned. Yeah, just dancing all provocative. What kind of anyway? Thanks, Tiffany Tappy. They says YouTube attracts all kinds of criminals, perverts, narcs, and weirdos. Not you, Lenon. Be careful out there. Good question. Yeah, it does. And there's plenty of people that they're out here and they're doing all types of horrible things. I can't tell you how many people that were real famous on YouTube, and lo and behold, something happens, and all of a sudden, everything comes out. I mean, even though Umar doesn't have his own YouTube page, he did have one at one point, but it got shut down because his rhetoric was over the top. But look at everything that came out on Umar this year. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Because, I mean, let's really think about this real quick. It really, if we think about it, it's his daughter who comes out, it's Lene who comes out and exposes Umar, and it's Mary Ann Lawrence who comes out to expose Umar. But look at the damage that caused Umar by him being exposed by just 3 people this year. That's just 3 people out of literally thousands of people that he screwed over in the real world. And they haven't come out to speak out against it yet. And hopefully one day they will. So he's done a lot of damage and no self-awareness whatsoever. None. Right. And Umar, he's criminal minded. Okay. He hasn't faced any charges yet, but at some point, if this goes on long enough, he will, just like Dempsey Spears. And yeah, Umar's perverted too. Dempsey Spears is as well. Because the lyrics that he was writing about happy endings and all this other stuff, talking about women that he don't even know, that he's met online, and then he got a wife, allegedly. I'm gonna leave that right there. Yeah. Thank you, a lady, for the super chat. Cell Block D Records, yeah. He We're gonna see. We're gonna see because he hasn't been convicted. It's all this is alleged at this point. But the feds, when they come up with press charges, when you got an indictment with the feds, something going down. They ain't playing no games. And who knows how much deeper this goes? Because see, the money that he was paying people, I'm sure that some of that money was money that he was stealing from the government. The cars that he would floss and talk all that talk, I'm sure that money from the government. He scammed $4 million. The house that he lives in. I'm telling you. Thanks, Miss Ivy. The Smart Barbie says he means he has scams to operate, not businesses. Yeah. And then he does these videos and he still does these videos where he's talking about how he's busy and he's doing all of this and doing this paperwork and I'm handling business. No, he's not. He's not. He's going out to go get something to eat. Literally. But he's still pretending. I'm telling you, it's deep and nothing's going to change in his life until he faces himself and faces his failures and figures out some plans. Because that's for me. That's what I had to do. But I know one thing. I wasn't out here scamming and fraud and now look at him getting arrested for $4 million healthcare fraud and aggravated identity theft. That's serious. It don't even register to this guy. He lives in a delusional world. Anyway, thanks, Smart Barbie. Your kids will see this. Says where is the invite from America's fakest artist? Okay, yeah. And I really think he believed that he was like this great singer and this great artist. And in his mind, he did so many videos like that where he's trying to sing and he's giving these stories about, him. And one time he says, I'm a better musician than Lenon. Okay, listen, you can have that. That didn't make me no damn difference. It don't make me no damn difference whatsoever. I'm not online trying to prove my worth as some sort of musician. I know one thing, I don't sound like that. At least I hope not. Because if I do, y'all tell me, I'll stop. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for him, but no self-awareness. Thanks, your kids will see this. Mike says he has no clue what key the song is in. No, he does. He don't know nothing. 808. Where's the wrong notes in that other clip? beat is weak. Yeah, he doesn't. And see, that's what I was saying the other day. Like, if he wasn't so trifling online and had done all the things that he did, and we're just scratching the surface because he attacked so many people for years, and then he had paying people to attack people. If he had come to me and was like, hey, Lenon, I want to learn something about music because I want to do some singing and blah, I would have been like, okay, yeah, let's see where you're at. And let me give you some advice on what you can do. And I would have been like, okay, first thing is you go get singing lessons so that you get better command of your voice. Because when he's singing, it's all over the place. He in different keys, voice sound crazy. No, we're going to stop all of that. And then we're going to learn some music fundamentals. You need to know your major scales and your minor scales. You also need to learn the keyboard fundamentals too, where you can pick out notes on the keyboard. You can play chords on the keyboard, not where you're thinking about it, where you actually can play chords and you start to build the ability to understand the fundamentals of music. And then that becomes the foundation upon which you start to produce. See, and then there are musicians who they don't have to do all that because they can do it by ear and they learn by ear. And that's fantastic too. You can actually do both. You can actually have both approaches. In fact, that would probably be the best thing to do. But he doesn't have the ability to hear stuff and to be able to produce, and he doesn't have the skill set. And then on top of that, he doesn't have fundamentals. He doesn't understand music fundamentals either. And so it actually turns into like this. It's just ridiculous all across the board. But he doesn't have any self-awareness to recognize that. I've been there too. I've been there. It's unfortunate. And he destroyed his life. He destroyed his career. He has children. That's why I really, there's so much more I can say, but I'm trying to be careful because what he's done, he's disgraced himself. He's disgraced his name and he's disgraced his family. And he knows it too. He knows it, but he still wants to live out this delusion that somehow he's this great psychologist, even to this day. It's crazy. Thanks, Mike. Staff Music says, is this Umar's protege? Yeah, in a sense, he was. See, what happened was he wanted Umar's attention, just like he wanted my attention for a long time. I never responded to anything, and I could have. I would have got a gang of views, and I would have clowned the shit out of him. I made a whole lot of money, but that's just not how I operate. I don't do that. And even here, I can really go in. I'm not going to do that. Okay, we can play some of his music for laughter, but there's so much more that I can say. But I'm going to leave that alone. The point is that when he comes onto the scene, he comes in on the scene after being in the manosphere. And a lot of these types of men who, they have low self-esteem, they have these issues with women, they have these negative views about women, and in some cases they have issues in terms of their self-worth and self-value, right? And they have issues with how they look, so they try to overcompensate by, trying to have fancy cars and go online and pretend they have all of this money. Really juvenile shit. Ain't nobody care about giving a shit about none of that. What kind of man are you? But that's what he was doing. He was pretending. But then the Umar Johnson stuff started really taking off, and he was an Umar Johnson follower. And there are a lot of men who are into that sexist, misogynistic manosphere type of stuff, and they gravitate to people like Umar, at least initially, until they realize what Umar is all about. But initially, they gravitate to that. Well, that was Dempsey Spears. And then what happened was he wanted Umar's attention. He claimed that he gave Umar thousands of dollars. I have all those videos too. And then he paid Umar to do an interview because Umar was saying, I'll accept a certain amount of money to do an interview. So he paid, and Umar ghosted him. He didn't do the interview. And that's when Dempsey Spears turns on Umar. So in that sense, yeah, he was trying to be cool with Umar as like this defender of Umar, like a protege, just like Tiff DeGriff. Look, Tiff DeGriff ain't nowhere around anymore. And then look at where Dempsey Spears is at. Yeah, he about to drop the hottest mixtape in the world, Craig. Yeah, he sure is. He sure is. I don't know if he's still doing music. Hopefully not. Okay, unless he works at it and gets good at it. But I don't think that's going to happen. He got bigger problems to deal with. Is there a reward out here for you, Lenon? I'm collecting. What? If there's a reward, yeah. If there's a reward for my capture out there for you, Lenon, I'm collecting. Yeah, that story was so ridiculous. You can tell he's lying. Why get online and do something like that? I would never do anybody like that, even if I didn't like the person. It's just wrong. There's no ethics in that, But he's not the only one. There's plenty of people that's made these, just lies and false narratives and just spin stuff in a certain way. And there's people who still do that. And I'll hold no animosity. What I say is time always tells the truth, and karma's undefeated, and they'll get theirs at some point. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Thank you for being a member for their moms. Yeah. Run, Lenon, run. Did I get going? Thank you, Miss Ivy. Miranda says, run, Lenon. I did good for 50 though, right? Because I was thinking about it. If I was younger, maybe not, but 50, that wasn't bad. Thanks, Miranda. The smart Barbie says the way you just scooted across there, what I was trying to do was just jump, hit it once, and then jump back off. But when I jumped and I tried to jump back, my body was like, nah. So I was scooting. I started rolling and scooting. All right. Y'all catch that? It's so crazy. Thank you. Ike says, I thought he was currently running. Yeah, currently running. To the 13% of you all on the poll, what kind of man? Yeah, so there's just people that come in and they troll. It's okay. They're welcome as well. We got over 1,700 votes. Should a 51-year-old man be living in his mama's closet? 13% said yes. 87% said no. And we have 621 likes. We're trying to get to 700 before we close out the stream. And we're going to go now for another 30 minutes and we'll be up out of here. I plan on live streaming tomorrow. It'd be a shorter show, but I plan on live streaming tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in cash, that's or PayPal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
You can't let her cry you out, oh mommy, and then you feeling bad. Put your poker face on, put your game face on. You can do this on your own, even if the teacher don't help you. But I do want you to let the teacher know this is her responsibility as much as it is yours, because behavior is a function of consequences and rewards.
Okay, now, what if, because I have 3 other children in the home.
Okay.
How do I keep her disciplined and my other kids, like, I'm keep them away?
They all need to be on that calendar.
Okay.
She's gonna have 2 color markers. Your second baby gonna have 2 color markers. Your third baby gonna have 2. Nobody got the same colors. You feel me?
Okay.
So when you look at that calendar, they know who green is, right? They know who blue. 1 for home, 1 for school.
Okay.
1 for home, 1 for school. And if you want to put them all on one marker to make it simple, so you ain't got to worry about 4 instead of 8, you can do that. Put them all on the calendar. Put them all on the contract.
My oldest 2, they have great conferences. My oldest got honor roll. It's my 7-year-old. And it's affecting her.
Question: with your 7-year-old, where does she come in? Is she the youngest or where's she at?
She is my youngest girl.
Is Identity Withheld still here? If you are, let me know, because I was trying to find this other videos. One of Dempsey's his first videos, and he was talking about a guy, I guess, who was homosexual or something like that. I can't remember who the guy's name was. Because it just goes to show you this. He's so out there. Anyway,
she's the third.
She's the third. So who's under her? Another sister or brother?
They have a baby brother. I have 3 girls.
Is she the only girl, period?
No, I have 3 girls, 1 boy.
Okay, so the baby boy, he's the only boy.
Yes.
But she's the youngest of the 3 girls.
Yes.
Let's talk about internal distraction. Is there a chance that she feels like she's not getting enough attention from you because of the older 2 sisters and the baby boy? Because she was the baby until you had the baby boy. How old is the baby boy?
3.
Okay. Do you think she's feeling lost in the sauce?
Sometimes, well, a lot of times, yes, because I feel like she does things to get my attention.
Because she's not getting enough of it. So, and this is the whole crux of the behavior plan. You're going to tell her, you're going to get my attention now. But you only get it from doing what I need you to do. And that's why you follow me? That's why you got.
How are you going to do a behavior plan over the internet? This is crazy.
The behavior plan. You have a successful week. Me and you go out together without your other siblings, just you and me, to get your time. So the whole purpose of the behavior plan is to give them exactly what they want. But you earn it by doing what I want.
Okay, so that's where I was messing up at. They have to earn it because I would do it. I always make sure I spend time with them individually.
Which is good, but when you spend time, that's good. You want to continue. Okay. But when you spend time with them as a
no, this ain't what I'm talking about. So are you talking about the guy who claimed you had him in your sex dungeon? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Boy, now I think about it, it was so wild. They said I had a sex dungeon, y'all. One guy said I sent him a booty pic. I mean, it was crazy, but that's not what. Oh my God, this is man. I'm telling it. It was crazy. I kid you not. I'm not making it up. And the person who spearheaded all of this was Dempsey Spears. Yeah, some of y'all think I'm making it up. I'm not making it up. I have all the videos. I tell you. Someone said, "Did you though?" No, I never had a sex. I don't even know why they kind of come up with that stuff. Don't make no sense. Someone said 50 Shades of Lenore. With all these kids, it's crazy. I mean, I don't even think like that. But why would I? Man, I'll tell you. Yeah, they were. And listen, I was offended too back then. I really would. Nowadays, it's funny. I can laugh about it. But back then, it wasn't funny. Yeah, I got 5 kids. I mean, that's crazy. And a dog. I had another dog too back then when they were making these allegations, and rest in peace to that puppy. I miss him. But I got another dog now. That's crazy. Okay. Let me play one other thing, and then we're gonna get back to this video. So this is one of the first videos of that I have from 2018. This is before Dempsey started attacking people who were critics of Umar.
Hi guys, this is D. Durrell at the practice today. Just leaving the practice. I actually had a few.
Hey, now looking at this now, you mean something ain't right with this guy. He had to practice in his car.
Errands I had to run. Now I'm heading back to my home. It's around 4:30ish. Had a long day. Was out in the community doing a lot of stuff in the community today. Tomorrow I'm hoping to have a more laid back day, but probably have to work a lot. So just coming back to you, wanted to discuss, I did a video on, sexual roles and so to speak of a male and female. And I also did, talked about, how men are being more feminine and the issue of women attempting to be more masculine and so forth, and how a man being feminine is actually working against him in the long run, and a female, attempting to be more masculine.
No, when he was saying practice, he's exaggerating. He's trying to act like he has this major practice for psychological services, but no, he was a low tier, and I'm saying he was because his career is over with. He would rent out a little space, and there was a time where he had a larger space, but that he failed at that too. But he would rent out a little space, little office room, and there'd be an office manager, be other people, psychologists who would rent office. This is not uncommon. And they would, and he would have clients that would come through there, but he spent more time online talking crazy and acting and behaving ridiculous than he did. There's no way, because he would be online for hours every day, saying I'm at the practice doing this and I'm doing that. That's just a total delusion, right? And then misrepresenting himself online.
Or acting more masculine does not benefit them in the long term. And, you know, I noticed, you know, right now in the social media and so forth, everything is, the hot topic right now is Dwight Howard and his, I guess, homosexual acts and so forth. And they show videos of him trying to touch a man in between their legs, you know, different things he's done. I never would have thought Dwight Howard was gay. It wouldn't, he's not that good. It wouldn't change to me one way or the other whether he's straight or gay, because I was very disappointed in the way he played at Houston. I mean, he basically didn't do the things he was supposed to do. He didn't score enough. You know, he was basically a good rebounder and a good defender, block shots and things like that. He could run the floor well, but he couldn't dominate a team offensively. He didn't have a lot of offensive moves. Basically, he'd score a lot on offensive rebounds and dunks, or if someone threw him an alley hoop and stuff like that. He could never just basically give me the ball and I'm going to do tons of moves and score. So, I mean, he was a disappointment at Houston. I was glad to get rid of him. He didn't play hard. He still didn't play hard. And he wanted big max contracts, and he wasn't nowhere near worth it. And a lot of people considered him one of the best centers in the NBA. I never considered him one of the best center. You know, maybe top 10 at the lower end of that top 10, because for a long time NBA lacked really good centers. So this is what I feel about it. I mean, but what it does say is it really exposes how much homosexual acts and people who subscribe to that lifestyle that are in the entertainment business. I'm sick and tired of seeing black men on TV acting gay or being bisexual instead of being strong heterosexual.
You know what's crazy though is he spent years talking what do you call that? Homosexual talk for years. He was saying that I was homosexual. He paid people. He paid one person to hire a gay guy off of Craigslist and to have and it was scripted, but have the gay guy say that he was in a some sort of a relationship with me. And they would get on these platforms. They would get on his platform and on other people's platform for hours a day, running with these narratives. And he would be right in the mix talking and I don't get it. If you're a heterosexual man, you ain't trying to have those types of conversations with nobody, period.
Men who value having a family and creating a strong family structure. You can't do that when you're gay. And I know there are going to be people that say, well, hey, there are gay people who marry and they adopt kids and they do well. But again, when I'm saying these things, I'm talking about in regards to a long-term natural progression. You're not going to have the majority of people homosexual or gay or whatever you want to call them, LBGTQ and P and all that other stuff, because they want to call pansexual, whatever the hell that is.
By the way, he was on his sites where they would show the type of people that he would work with or his specializations. It was also the LGBT. Do y'all know that? It's crazy, but look how he gets online and talks. And even if you have these types of views, don't get online and have some professionalism about yourself. But he was more interested in being online and getting people's attention than anything else. He destroyed his career. He wasn't anything big time anyway. Not at all.
and so forth. These people are basically, they want you to join their confusion. Their goal is to create an asexual atmosphere in which there are no gender roles. There's basically, we're human beings just with different body parts. You're free to have sex with whoever you want. Okay. And at the same time, there's no such thing as masculine for the female, masculine for the man, feminine for the female. You can be both, and that's just fine and dandy. However, we're just biologically and naturally not built that way. Homosexuality will never, even in it being promoted as it is, will never be the primary form of sexual choice for a human being. It will always be a in the minority, and I mean a distant minority, no matter how much stuff they put on TV, particularly with black men being weak and gay and so forth. I was just watching, I know a lot of people still watch Empire and also Star, and I understand Lee Daniels is the writer and producer of it and so forth, and it's those are very successful shows, and I'm gonna support him. And even though yes, he is gay, but he's also black, and I hope that he thinks of himself as black first and not gay first. But I think of him as black first, and I will support his work, and I have supported his work. Lee tends to put a lot of gay innuendos, or probably a lot of stuff that he probably went through.
Into what?
In his movies, or what a typical gay person may go through. It was disgusting to see yesterday watching Star, two black men, one pretending to be a woman, a beautician, and the other one in the closet and only with the person when they're in bed having sex, which is disgusting. Talking about issues that go on in the gay community. I think that is in discussion.
Yeah, but he sure was taking, or at least trying to take in gay clients while he was scamming the government simultaneously.
It's disgusting. And I think that a lot of people got turned off by Empire, that second and third season, when they kept throwing all of this gay stuff. This is supposed to be about the music industry, not about your gay, your gay life, or you having a gay agenda and you're promoting it in your work. And the only reason why you got that show is because, number one, you are talented, but our system doesn't see gay black men as a threat. Actually, they see you as a vessel to support white supremacy, because feminine men or gay men don't produce other masculine, or don't produce families.
Yeah, see, this is Umar Johnson rhetoric right here.
Families, and they don't produce their own kids, because they're not having sex with women, for those who choose not to, and they don't promote strong families. And that's the bottom line. And that's the way, the biggest tool of fighting white supremacy is strong families. Because when you produce strong families and have strong family structure, it heavily decreases the ability to want to get caught up in this system. And you're basically competing for power, money, jobs, and so forth that the culture here doesn't want you to do. And so for Dwight, he's free to live his life whatever way he wants. If he wants to be with transsexual men who are now women, and do all those things, that's his business. I care less about what he does.
Well, then why are you talking about it then?
He kept it a secret for a reason. No one openly keeps being straight a secret. He hid his sexuality for a reason.
Well, wait a minute, what in the world's going on here? Because he used to spend a lot of time talking about gay sex in his live streams. I mean, a lot of time. And listen, if you're gay, you're gay. That's fine. It don't make me no difference. No, seriously. And sometimes I say stuff, and I hope I don't offend. And I know I have no malicious intent whatsoever. There was a time my wife told me that I was not homophobic in the sense that I would do anything to harm someone who was gay, but more that my opinions about human beings who happen to be gay were antiquated, and that I needed to check myself. And I've spent many years doing that. It's been over a decade, in fact. So I have a level of understanding now to where I don't, it's irrelevant. You know, are you a good person? Okay, cool. If you're not, okay, well then just stay away from me. Ain't got nothing to do with whatever it is that you got going on. Does it make sense? Okay, but I hope that I don't offend people when I say certain things. Sometimes it's just I'm joking around, but it's not malicious whatsoever. Okay, not at this point in my life, and it has been for many years. But even still, I would not be sitting in this chat room with the Cookie Crush chat and live streaming talking about what two men are doing in the bed. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it here. I wouldn't do it in my personal life. It's just because as a heterosexual man, that's just not a conversation that you're going to, but Dempsey Spears used to literally spend hours and hours in these live streams talking about gay sex.
Because he's not comfortable with the things that he does. Because he knows that it's wrong. And that's why he hides it, and he goes undercover, and he got with a man that, you know, basically wants to look like a woman to attract men. And there are men, there's a market for men who love trainees, unfortunately. And this has been something that on YouTube, a lot of guys have been talking about how they're, like, say, for instance, with Genuine, they tried to shame him to kissing a transsexual. And that is disgusting for people to think that a man want to kiss another man, regardless if he is a transsexual or not. If his body organs are not consistent with that of a woman, and his body's genetically made up as a woman, and so, you know, it's not, then it's not a woman. It's a man wanting to be a woman. No one comes out of their mother's womb one way, and then you turn out and you naturally turn to something else, or you get an operation. You are what you are born as, and that's quite simple. It's not even up for discussion or debate. And I know there may be people who are pro LGBTQ and pansexual and all that different stuff, you know, and they may get upset with me for talking this way. I am not against gay people, particularly those who are black. Those are my brothers and sisters. I love them. However, I will never, just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean that something is wrong with me. It doesn't mean that I am, I'm homophobic, because I don't fear anybody. I disagree with you because I disagree with it, and I will never change my mind. No matter what you do or tell me, it's not going to change my mind that this is not a healthy behavior for nation building and for long-term legacy.
Yeah, see, this is
and for building a civilization. The long-term effects are, if everybody in this country was gay, that would be nobody living here in 320 plus years. There would be no population growth. There has to be limitations to what people do. And so if we just can't do any and everything and can't deal with the repercussions of that. If you're a gay woman and you know two gay women can't have kids, you should accept it. Why? You want to be gay, but then you
Maybe you should just accept that these women, that's their life, and it's their life. It ain't got nothing to do with you. What you tripping off of?
You want to have kids. You want to adopt kids. You want to be gay with another man, 2 men, but you want to adopt kids. If you wanted kids, why don't you naturally do the natural way of doing it and adhere to that sexuality to produce those kids?
Well, they're not attracted to men. They don't have sexual attraction to men. What are you talking about? And someone said it. Listen, even if you have these views as a professional, you shouldn't be online talking like this. No self-awareness. And then he, on his website, he was on there how he helps children with, or helps people with anxiety and depression. And he also says LGBT and all this. I said, okay.
So now you have kids being confused. And I deal with this in therapy. Not understanding why they have 2 daddies or 2 moms,
ain't nothing like
2
it.
moms and a daddy, or 2 daddies and 2 moms, and all this other different stuff. But that's all done on purpose to just create a generation that thinks.
Yeah, he was paying people. Interestingly enough, he was paying people, and one of the persons was saying that I was gay and my wife was lesbian. It's crazy.
Thinks that gay sexuality is a normal human behavior, and it's not. If it was, we would cease to exist as a race of people. Excuse me. We would cease to exist as a race of people.
Well, this guy.
People, we would cease to exist as a human race on Earth, because we would. And why would nature?
He all over the place.
Want us to engage in a behavior where you can't reproduce yourself naturally? Wow, So, I'm surprised people are acting like this, because there was another Houston Rocket before him. There was a guy on there that played with the Rockets for years. He was gay and he came out.
So what?
He was like the first one to come out. He played around the time Tracy McGrady played, like in the mid 2000s, 2005 to.
Let me play the rest. It's like one more minute.
Maybe 2008 or 9 or something like that. So this is not the first time, and of course, 7-foot Jason, whatever, the center, whatever. His twin brother, he had a twin brother. He came out.
Yeah, it's incredible.
All that different stuff, saying I'm gay.
He's falling asleep.
And so on. So what?
I have a video where he falls asleep and he's snoring, and then when he wakes up, people were laughing at him, and then they were like, "You were asleep." He was like, "No, I wasn't," because he was just lonely. He would be online, just sitting and nobody would be in his chat. There'd be like 4 people in his chat room, and he would fall asleep.
You gay, so what? Life moves on.
Yeah, Jason Collins, yeah.
It shows you chose this behavior, and now you can't deal with the backlash. Whether or not, and this person knew that you didn't want to do this, and that's why they're extorting you for money and doing the things that they're doing. I hope this is a learning lesson for Dwight Howard, but it's not, because he's probably right now having sex with a trainee man right now and pulling the hair and stuff like that. Being you don't want to be with a woman, but you want to be with a man that looks like a woman. What sense does that make? But anyway. So this is D. Durrell. I'm at the practice. I'm actually, on the highway and so forth. Just wanted to kind of make
you ain't not at the practice. You in your car. Cut it out.
Quick video about that, because why are we surprised? We should not be surprised. He's not the only one. There are probably 10 to 15% of the NBA is gay, or they're hiding it and they're engaging in similar behaviors. So 10%. This is D. Durrell at the practice. Hope everybody have a great day.
All right. And then this is one of the more recent
We're not going to be that long.
We're not here to deride them.
Huh?
We're not here to deride them.
No, we're not here to deride, because we're going to talk about really I think we're asking a relevant question. We're asking a relevant question. What is the conscious community doing?
Anybody want to take a guess of who he's talking to right here?
For the black community.
Or what has been their accomplishments? Since their inception publicly as quote unquote
the conscious community
to today.
So
yeah, this was March 25th of 2025.
So guys, this is D. Durrell. I am here, guys, with Jamal Johnson, the father of Umar Johnson. He is here in H-Town. We're going to have a intellectual conversation. And we need answers because these people who come online claiming that they doing this, they building this, we're helping the community. And so as we had a discussion today, as we admit, we want to know, what has the conscious community done for the Black? Since that.
Yeah, see, Dempsey was the one getting online pretending that he was all these things, including as a musician. Furthermore, Jamal Johnson, he didn't get into this so-called community activist work until after Umar Johnson came into fame. He was clout chasing off of his son. He was trying to be in competition with Umar. There was also another event that he describes where one of his nieces was shot in the leg or something like that. She survived, so that's great. But that was what spurred Jamal on to become this community activist. But that's later on down the line. So Jamal is not the person to be talking to about any of this stuff, because ultimately he was another baby mama creator that didn't take care of his kids. Just like Umar, a baby mama creator who don't take care of his kids. Okay? Now, in all fairness, Jamal did a better job with his second family, but he had two other women that he impregnated. And altogether, if memory serves me correctly, it's 6 children, and he wasn't consistently active in their lives, those 6 children. So he's not the one to be speaking on anything. But see, Dempsey was so big on, at this point, Dempsey was against Umar. That's why he has his daddy, Umar's daddy, on, because Umar's daddy has a history of going against Umar, which he shouldn't have done, because he was a deadbeat himself. And if you have an issue with your son, you don't take it to the internet. Even if your son has an issue with you online, you deal with your son directly offline. So the dysfunction runs not just with Umar and how he's treated his kids, but also Jamal, how he treated his children before he got married. Rest in peace to his second wife, I should say, the second time he got married. But he had children with Umar's mama, and he also had a baby with a woman when he was in, as he says, in junior high school, something to that effect. I think he said junior high school. He said middle school. It's inside of the documentary. Anyway, he's not the one to be talking. Since that time, Jamal took all of his stuff off of social media, especially after his niece came out and exposed Umar to be a deadbeat, and he was trying to pay her. He was trying to give her money so that she wouldn't talk about any of this, but she wasn't hearing that. Talking about his niece, Umar's daughter, because he didn't want all this to be out there. But see, as a man, you should face all this. The truth is, it should have been faced a long time ago, and it should have been faced privately. But he ain't reconciled none of this to this day with Umar. That's why this year Umar went in on his daddy again. And he's unwilling to say it that his father was physically abusive. He says he was emotionally abusive. No, we know what the issue is. We're going to leave it right there, though. But again, Dempsey, he's been all up in the mix, throughout all this. But look at where he's at today. And he still don't get it. He's still pretending online. All right, we're going to go for another 10 minutes here. Let's get back to the original video. Shout out to the Cook Horse chat. Did I get all super chats? Let me make sure I'm all caught up in here. The way you scooted across, I had to scoot. I was trying to bounce and run, but I just couldn't. My body would not respond. All right. I was running. Thank you. Everyone's supposed to these super chat. Allison says, I'm changing my name on YouTube to Smoke Mistakes. This is crazy. Just crazy. And why would you be talking like that? Why would you be talking like that? You're supposed to be this professional. You're supposed to be a psychologist. It makes no sense. And I don't understand why it didn't come into his mind that, hey, wait a minute, this can have ramifications for my career. And his behavior online, even before this takes place, before he gets indicted, before he had compromised his career a long time, years ago, with his behavior online. And listen, he wants to blame everybody else. No, it's on him. He should have conducted himself like a professional, not like someone who was so thirsty for attention that he would do and say anything and lie on people online just to get people to take interest in him. But look at where he's at now. Yeah. Thanks, Allison. Lori says 2019-2020 was a crazy time of people clout chasing your super chats, Lenon. Yeah, I remember that. It was a bit bizarre time. Also, rest in peace, Carmelo. Yeah, rest in peace, Carmelo. 2 of my pups passed since then. Yeah, it's sad. It's hard too. You know, it's sad. Then you remember them. You know, you remember the, you know, it can be very difficult. But we have a new puppy. His name is Chino, and he's wonderful. He just goes nuts. He barks and he won't stop. You know, Carmelo was like that too. But this dog, I don't know. I think something wrong with him. I'm gonna have to send him to FDMG dog camp. I'm gonna have to send him to the FDMG farm so he can get some peace up over there. Thanks, Larry. Yeah, but 2019, 2020, there were people who were counting the super chats and they were really upset about that. And you know, people were just angry because of the numbers that I was receiving. And it's even better now. I mean, I don't even want to get into that with y'all. I've been so blessed. But my main focus was on my my audience. It was a Cookie Crush chat and providing content for you guys. You know, and people, they were upset because they weren't getting those types of numbers and that type of support. Well, if you focus on your audience and stop going at people who are more successful than you on YouTube, then you can put all that energy into your content for your audience. And that's how you become successful on YouTube. That's why I don't be going back and forth. There's people, they enjoy that. But I think that has something to do, the Dempsey Spears included. I think there's something missing in their life. I don't have no desire to have unnecessary drama in my life. I got a wife and kids, and that's enough for me. You know, so my focus here when I'm online is Cookie Crush chat. Here we go, undefeated. Thanks, Laurie. Sorry for the pups that pass. It can be difficult because the animals they're like children. Like we treat our dog like a child, like he's a baby, because our other children, they at a certain age, they don't, you know. But we be, hey, come here. We be holding them and stuff and all that stuff like a baby. Thanks, Laurie. Kitwana says, this man is so ignorant. Clearly, he is trying to figure out his own sexuality. Yeah, I just always thought it was odd for someone to be online talking about gay sex and you're a heterosexual man. Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe that's, I don't want to be like that, but maybe where he comes from, that's how they do things. Okay, because he's from Louisiana. I've done research all into his family and everything. And he was stationed in Houston. I don't know. Maybe that's where the people do that in other places. But where I come from, that's a no-no. And no disrespect to LGBT or if you're gay, no disrespect at all. But heterosexual men, where I come from, it's just we don't talk like that. We don't talk about that, and that's over there. Okay, that's fine. You do you. We good. See? But he would spend hours. He'd be in a chat. He'd be falling asleep, and all they doing is talking about gay sex. Yeah. Thanks, Kitwana. How is this clown going to advise anyone? Yeah. Umar and Dempsey. Anyway, yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And thanks for the super chats. On my mama says, hearing him makes me think he is hiding himself. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I don't like to put that on people because, you know, when people were saying that about me, I didn't appreciate that, you know, and they went through great lengths to try to make that lie to be true. And people still doing stuff like that. I don't live my life like that. So I don't want to put that on him, but it's very, very, I think it's revealing at the very least that someone who is supposed to be heterosexual would spend that amount, and I'm talking hours, would spend that amount of time talking about gay sex. It's just, I don't get that. I'm gonna leave it right there because I don't want to say anything else. Okay, but I hear you. Thank you for the super chat. The smart Barbie says, Harpo, who this? yeah. Okay. Let's start winding this show down. Thank you all for all of the super chats. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for sticking in here with me as we gone through. So kind of got a little bit sidetracked, but it's all relevant because again, Dempsey was an Umar Johnson follower. He turned into an Umar Johnson critic, but also think that there are some interesting correlations in terms of the personality types and levels of dysfunction present in Umar that's similar to Dempsey. I'm not saying that Dempsey's on Umar's level in these regards, but clearly to me, there are some serious correlations. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for all the super chats. Let me go ahead and close out this poll. We'll go for another 5, maybe 10 minutes. We're at 1,861 votes. The poll question is, should a 51-year-old man be living in his mama's closet? 13% said yes, and 87% overwhelmingly said no. Thanks everyone who voted on the poll. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and close that out now. And we're at 683 likes. We need 17 more to get to our goal of 700. Okay, 684, 684, 685, 685, 685, 685, 684, 685, 684 going once, ladies and gentlemen. 684, but 685, 685, get to 690, 690, 685. Thank you. 685, 685, 685, 685, 685, 685, 685. What kind of fries? Can we get to 670? Excuse me, 670, 690, 693. Thank you so much, gentlemen in the back with the blonde weave on. 693, 693. Which at 693 get to 695, 695, 695, 695, 706 and mayonnaise. Oh boy, y'all be coming through when I do that. Maybe I should just do a show, and that's all I do for the whole show. We get about 2,000 likes. All right. Thank you guys so much for making that happen. We've reached the goal. All right. Let's take about another 5, maybe 10 minutes to work on this video here. And then we'll be back tomorrow to finish up with this. I want to finish it up today because I want to get to this other video where Umar's interviewed and he gives an update on these trap vandals in Wilmington. But we'll get to that next week. All right. Here we go.
It's something extra special. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to do something extra special. In other words, we don't normally go to the river, or we don't normally have dinner at this place. We don't normally go to that movie theater. We don't. You feel me? It's going to.
Okay, let's do that now because I promise we're at the 1 hour and 43 minute mark in 33 seconds. Excuse me. So if someone can remember that 1 hour 43 and 33 seconds, let's see if we can find the ringtone part. It's at the beginning. Before it says before he starts talking.
Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Tunde, the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, notorious RBG, the leader of the global Black consciousness and Pan Africanist movements. This is the Black Parent Teleconference. This is the Black Parent Teleconference. This is the Black Parent Teleconference. If you have a question about a child, education, or mental health, this is the opportunity for you to ask that question. You need to text your first name and your city. Your first name and your city at this time to my cell phone.
Yeah, everyone keep asking, is Umar sick? And based upon what Marianne was saying, something is going on. He's denied it, but clearly something's going on. You know, I hope he's gotten himself looked at.
215-989.
There it is. And remember, Lene said that. She said that before we heard this ringtone. She said that it was getting on her nerves because when that second phone would ring, it would be that song from that gay guy. And there it is right there. All these months later. Okay, the guy's name is, because he did a duet with, because I had heard the song before. I just didn't know he was gay because I was listening because Mary J. Blige was on it. Stay with me. The guy's name is Sam Smith. And he's openly gay. He ain't trying to hide nothing. Is it Sam Smith? Let me make sure I don't give the wrong name, because then people be like, yeah, Sam Smith is his name. I bet you if I ask my daughter if she knows, I'm sure she knows who he is, because she knows like the people who are like well known now. He's a they. I don't know if he does pronouns or whatever they call that stuff. I don't really understand that stuff. My children, they try to explain it to me, and I'll just listen. I don't really know. But the point is that that's on his ringtone. And Umar talks so poorly about gay people, LGBTQ all the time. That's one of his, especially back in the day. He don't do it as much now, because they was going at him, especially the lesbians. They weren't playing with Umar, and he started backing down off of that rhetoric. Well, that's another thing that people don't know about Umar's history. He started backing down because lesbians, they wasn't playing no games. Okay, but he'll talk all this mess about gay people and stuff, but he sure did have Sam Smith on as his ringtone. I'm gonna leave that right there. I don't know. All right, thanks, Simply Complicated. Thanks for reminding me. I totally forgot. Okay. All right. Thanks for the super chat. Where were we at? We're at the 1 hour and I think it was 33-minute mark, was it? Something like that. Let's see. We'll go to the 34-minute mark.
She's a hard worker, and the teacher says she's a delight to be in her class, and she is a leader. And
yeah, he
I
can
was
sing.
just wondering if you had any kind of advice and recommendations you can give me, because every morning I'm coaching her from the time we wake up to the time I let her out the car to walk away, because I want her
1 hour
to be
43
in good spirits when she leaves me. But
okay, let me skip through. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, we see. I ain't even been listening. I don't even remember nothing. What I was just listening
extra
to.
special. In other words, we don't
Thank
normally
you.
go to the river, or we don't
Thank
normally
you,
have dinner at this place,
Boo
or we don't normally
Barella.
go to that movie theater. We
Boo
don't. You
Barella.
feel me? It's going to have an extra special treat on top when it's a reward time.
Okay.
What?
All right.
Question: how many of us in Lock Haven?
Here he go. He gonna start begging for a venue, the most requested. He gonna request himself. Thank you, Lenon. I thought it was appropriate for the hypocrisy of these pseudo hyper heterosexual dudes. Yeah, and Umar, he's one of them because everything is over the top. But at the end of the day, he's the one that was talking about. He the one that got the ringtone. He the one that was talking about the man jaw, and he the one that was talking about the fingers and all this other stuff. Okay, we're gonna leave that right there. All right. And to each his own, I guess.
I know it ain't much because I've been to Lock Haven University. I went to Millersville University.
Okay. Honestly, it's not that many.
Okay, well, let me throw this on you. Let me throw this on you.
Here he
when
goes.
You're talking to black people in Lock Haven, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tell them Dr. Umar wouldn't mind coming up here to do a free seminar for us because we all in Pennsylvania, right?
See, it's cold. It's getting cold, and Umar, he gotta get moving. So he get a hotel motel.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar wouldn't mind coming up here to do a free seminar with us. I just want to make sure he has an audience if he comes because he's not charging, right?
Okay.
If you can get about 75 parents who say, you know what, we need that training up here, I'll come up there and do it. Of course, I need to find a place where we can do it at. Church, community center. I don't mind coming to Lock Haven.
Okay.
All right, so keep me posted. And you got my number if you have any follow-ups.
Thank you.
All right, Mama. Be blessed.
You too.
All right now.
He just be begging. Let's keep going. We'll go a little longer. Denver Nuggets beat the horrible New Orleans Pelicans 125-118 today. Nikola Jokic, 10 of 18 from the field, 28 points, 12 assists, 9 turnovers. My goodness, and 11. He had a triple-double, though. 9 rebounds. Also, real quick, Oklahoma City, they are now 15-1. 15-1. They beat the Sacramento Kings 113-99. And of course, we have 33 points from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 12 from 24 for the field, 1 3-pointer, 8 of 10 from the free throw line, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. Yeah, this Oklahoma City Thunder team is it's S tier. Okay, not even close. Here we go.
Let's do another Instagram tap in. Let's do another Instagram tap in. Let's do another Instagram. Let me see. Just Jamaican. Is you going to pop in with your pretty self, but you just hanging up on my thing? Where Just Jamaican at? Is you coming in? Where you at, Jess? Show me your face, Mom. Show me that face. You can't ask a question if I can't see you. Show me that face, beautiful. I done already seen it, so I know you fine. Come on, show me the face.
Sit over there. I can't hear anything.
Oh,
there you go. Hey, how you doing this?
There's a baby up over there. Goodness gracious. Umar, why are you talking like this?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, that's good. So, I have a 19-year-old son.
Sister Jess, where you based at?
Huh?
Here he goes.
Where are you based at? Where are you?
Colorado.
Okay, go right.
Yeah,
ahead.
Colorado. So, my main concern is I have a 19-year-old son. I raised him all by myself. I live in Colorado, and now my son is in Florida. He graduated school early because I always made sure I had him in the best schools because education is really important to me. He's very bright, very sharp, but I noticed at 17, I came home and I discovered he was smoking marijuana. So we had like a whole blow up at 17 where he wanted to do his thing. He felt like he's a man and things like that. But come to find out, he had some mental health struggles that I wasn't really aware of. Okay. So we discovered he had like anxiety and depression, doesn't like to go out in public, is kind of almost paranoid and things like that. Schizophrenia does run in my dad's side of family. And then he ended up being like institutionalized because one day he was like, I guess, paranoid and things. This is at the age of 17.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't be on here telling all this business like this.
I was at work and I worked pretty far away, and he was at home. and he had took some THC, but it's like the oil-based, I don't know what you call it, in like a vape type
you're
thing,
right,
which is
Lennon.
kind
I
of
just
scary
don't
to
let me
me.
get this on there, but you're right. I just don't
So
want to
he
be
went
speaking
to a
on you.
place and
You're
he was
absolutely right about that.
institutionalized for about 9 days, and he took himself there, which I'm proud of, because he was just very paranoid. He didn't know what was going on in his mind. So they told me, you know, it's drug-induced psychosis.
And see, I was just about to say that people understand that when you're smoking marijuana, especially these days, you don't know what you're smoking unless you know what you're smoking. You guys understand what I'm saying? So there are people who they get and they think it's one thing, but it could be laced with who knows what. There's a lot of people back in the day. I have a cousin that they was doing what they call that sherm. I can't remember what they laced it with. Was it formaldehyde or some crazy shit? And it screwed him up big time. Up here, never was the same. So the other thing too is that people have different reactions when they smoke marijuana. It could also depend on what type they're smoking, because there's all type of stuff out there. And one of the things is paranoia. Some people, they get all calm and they relax, you know, but then other people, they get a little more belligerent. Same thing with alcohol. Some people, they get calmed down a little bit. So other people, they drink, they get all crazy. So people have to be careful about that, because you don't, especially when it comes to marijuana, other stuff you get up off the street in particular, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. You have these days, you have no clue. Because they'll mix anything. That's what there's a lot of people who are overdosing on fentanyl. And they're taking something else, thinking that it's something else, but it's laced with fentanyl. Yeah, you got to be careful.
That he's experiencing, and we don't recommend at this age, because their brain is not fully developed till about 24, 25. We don't recommend that he be doing this, you know. Any of this stuff. But anyway, he's kind of addicted to that. So anyway, he ended up graduating. I tried to work with him at home and that type of thing. And he graduated high school early, which is wonderful. But then he wanted to go to Florida to kind of get connected with his father, which never was involved. And right here.
Did he connect to the father in Florida?
My daughter.
Did he connect?
Yeah, so he's in Florida and all of that. So anyway, he ended up being with his dad for.
Is he in
Hold
Florida
on, say it
with his
again.
father? Is he in Florida with his father?
Yeah, he was in Florida with his dad.
You said was. He's not there currently.
Say it again.
Is he in Florida with the father now?
Now he's not with his dad. Okay, and that's what I was trying to get at.
Was he ever with his dad? Was he ever?
He was. He was with his dad for some months, and his dad has a girlfriend. Things ended up not working out there with the dad. They were getting to know each other. His dad, he found out he was smoking marijuana and had already told his dad that that's something he likes to do, kind of watch him because of his mental, you know, instability and stuff. And they got him a job out there, got him a car, all that kind of stuff. And that just, you know, it just didn't work out. So his dad kicked him out. My dad lives in Florida, so about 4 hours away, okay, from that location. And so he was with my dad for about a year. He started to flare up. He claims he was looking for a job out there. But everywhere my son goes, everybody tries to help him, okay? Get him a car, try to help him find a job and kind of lead him in the right direction. So my dad, him and my dad ended up having some words, and there was some friction there because my dad is trying to encourage him. And, of course, he's 19 now, doesn't want to really follow what my dad is saying, still wanting to have my dad, you know, essentially my dad was like supporting his habit. And I was like, see, that's, you know, it's kind of enabling his behavior.
Okay.
And I know my son has some mental health stuff, but anyway, he ended up, my dad had to get a restraining order because of some, you know, my dad was kind of intimidated by my son and things like that. And so my son ended up going to jail for a couple months because of the violation of the restraining order. And I have since talked to my son. He just recently got released. But
see, this is a very difficult situation. The thing is that Umar's not the person to go to. He's living inside his mama closet. I mean, essentially, Umar's like a teenager. Still living off of his mama. He doesn't work a job. He doesn't have his own car. He got baby mamas, don't take care of none of his kids. He be turning the heat down too. So what's the difference really? Well, the difference is that this person is not, their son, what she say, 19, Umar's 51. So why call this guy?
As a mom being so far away, you know, I had to find like a treatment facility for him because I said, I know it's just marijuana, but again, I don't
Yeah, listen, I don't know, but it sounds like it's more than that because, and that's just me. It sounds as if there's more going on outside of marijuana. I don't know. It could be alcohol. It could be some more harder type of drugs. Ain't no telling. But just marijuana, I don't know, ma'am. Okay. Okay. And again, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if there's anything else involved as far as substances.
Okay.
Because sometimes kids are not forthcoming for whatever reason. And I told him I'm not judging you, but there's definitely some mental health stuff going on. So I guess while he was in jail, they said he was like bipolar or something, and so they're giving him medicine for being for that.
What is
for
he doing
bipolar
now?
anxiety.
Who is he living with? Like, what is he doing now?
Well, now he's in a treatment facility, and he received probation. So my concern is, I guess, like, how can I help him? Because he's wanting to come back here after he's done with treatment and stuff. But I feel like if he comes,
can you handle him now?
Say it again.
Can you handle him in your home?
Yeah, this should not be done online. My goodness.
Home at this time.
No, I can't.
Then you need to be honest with him about that.
Yeah, because I work so far away that he would be on his own devices, which I don't think is good. And then, like I said, I have another child. She's 4 that I have to be concerned with safety wise, and my son has broken rules and things like having things in the house that he shouldn't have in here. So
yeah,
of course, when they're far away, when they're in jail, it's like, I'm sorry, and I won't do this, and I'll follow whatever you say. But I'm kind of hesitant. I want to see some changes in him.
I got you. Well,
I guess I'm just trying to figure out what's the next best step after he does treatment and he completes the probation. And
number one is don't talk to Umar. There are programs too. I don't want to. What do they call those? Halfway houses or something like that. I mean, where they can go to try to get their life turned around. In fact, Dempsey Spears was trying to do something like that too. But it's probable that he was scamming the government with that too. But she needs to go to professionals, not to Umar, and professionals in her area, because there's programs and there's even financial support or financial aid in these regards. Because what did she say? 19. That's what she should be doing. She should not be online talking about this, and she shouldn't be talking to Umar about any of this stuff. This guy lives off of his mama at the age of 51. Yeah. Well, no. Even after the rehabilitation center, there's some, and I just it's not coming to mind because I'll be watching these videos of people who. There's a guy, he does a really good job. He's a really good interviewer, and he used to have serious addiction issues. He would have people come on who have recovered, and they tell their story and all. It's really inspirational. That's my way of staying humble and just being thankful for my life, because I never got into any of that kind of stuff. But you got people, they done gone through all kind of crazy stuff. And I'm not talking about soft white underbelly. It's another guy. He does a fantastic job. But they talk about that. Like they'll talk about how they were in jail, they were in treatment, but then they go to this other spot, like just to get acclimated back into society, and then they can get a job, even though they have a criminal record. And they help them with all that. That's what it sounds to me that this young man needs. But Umar can't provide those services, and he can't recommend those services, and he doesn't have the resources either, right? So she needs to go to a professional, true professional, and then see if they can get to this boy, her son, on that type of a track. Okay.
Stuff. Should I have him come back here, or should I just work with the treatment facility to see?
Make sure you can handle.
Yeah, something like that.
If he comes back to your house and you have no authority over him, no control, if he doesn't respect you, him coming back is going to be a nightmare. So you need to talk to him about this, but then you also need to be honest with yourself, because he may say anything to come back, right? So you got to be honest with yourself. It's been 2 years. Is he willing to follow your rules? If he didn't want to listen to his grandfather, I'm not too sure he want to listen to his mother either.
That's not encouraging. Anyway, the channel I was talking about is called Rise Above with Kevin Lanning. Rise Above with Kevin Lanning, and he was able to recover. He has a successful YouTube page. He has 71,000 subscribers, but his views are incredible. So those subscriber count, it'll go up over time. But he has guests on who have struggled with different levels of addiction, and it's some deep stuff. Like it helps me to stay humble, and the people tell their story and how they recovered and what they're doing in life now. It's very inspirational. So it's called Rise Above with Kevin Lanning. Okay, we're going to wind this down now. Here we go.
You know, I don't like to see him just out there. You know what I mean? But
yeah, here's the link.
If you want to go to college, that's the other thing. If you do allow him back, it must be with certain conditions.
Yeah.
And I like this guy, Kevin, because like you'll hear him talk, like the other person would be talking about what they were, the drugs that they were doing. He was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that." and then yeah, and how much were you taking? And then it's like, it was whatever, 8 milligrams. Oh yeah, 8 milligrams. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. What about 16? Did you ever try 16? It's funny because they were serious drug abuse and all this kind of stuff, and they talk, but you hear the way his approach is not like non-judgmental. Let's talk about it, and then it's almost like he reflects back on it, not with all this shame. It's like, yeah, let's talk about that. So, and where did you get that from? Yeah, I remember I got that in such and such. Blah blah blah. He does a fantastic. I really like this guy. Yeah, more bless him and more success to him as he builds his YouTube page. Here we go.
Grade school, college. Real estate school, full-time employment, no smoking.
Umar, you need to tell this to yourself.
No friends in your house. You got to be very, very clear with him if you're going to do this. You know what I mean? So don't
bless this woman's heart. This mama, she's trying her best, but Umar's not the one.
Sugarcoat it if you're going to do it at all. First, decide if you can. And if you can, make sure you're very clear on what you require of him.
Okay, yeah, and I was thinking of having something like in writing.
You better, and make them sign it.
Yeah, because in my state, if you allow them into the home after a certain period of time, you can't get them out of the home because they are that's their residence at that point.
That is correct.
And I don't
on the other hand, you are a mom.
Yeah, he's 19. She got a young baby. Now he needs to figure it out. That's the and help him to get resources that will help him to figure it out. But he's 19.
Yeah.
Contributed.
And it's not just that he's 19, it's all the other stuff he's involved in. I think it's a lot more than what she either knows or she's willing to admit. I could be wrong about that, but that's what it sounds like to me, right? If he's having issues with the men in his family, who knows how deep that went too. At this point, he's 19. Help him to get the services that he needs, get into some sort of a program that'll help him reacclimate himself, and hopefully he can get his life turned around. Okay. All right, here we go.
To some of what's going on, so we can understand that, but at the same time, we can't have you held hostage in your home, in your own house. So you need to pray on this. You need to think.
Yeah, that's good advice, but Umar's holding his mama hostage in her Section 8 housing. How about that? Such a hypocrite. You don't see this guy?
On this, but most of all, you need to be talking to him about this.
What's up, Ad Avis? Thanks for tuning on in. Shout out to Coop Chat.
Before discharge.
Okay.
You need to have these conversations now. And you may even need to send him a sample contract that you may want him to sign.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And you got my number, so just reach out if you need me.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Queen. Be blessed now.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, I saw some little dolls back there. She got a young baby. Officer says, hope you had a great birthday. Lenon from Jermaine and Shaka Khan. What? Don't put Shaka in there now. Don't do that. All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. I did a birthday party video yesterday. It wasn't a party, but it was kind of like a party kicking it with a good chat. So if you haven't seen it, check it out when you get some time, brother. Good to hear from you. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Okay, here we go.
Okay, bye.
Let's go back to the phone. Somebody said, I miss you, Papa. I miss you too, baby.
Here we go.
See who we got. Who's this?
I keep gambling. Here we go.
I'm going to come back to the Instagram tap-ins in a minute.
Hello.
Brother Keston, how's Atlanta treating you?
It's treating me good.
All right. Go right ahead with your question, my brother.
Yeah, I had a question. I'm a new father.
Turn your volume up a little bit. You sound a little low to me.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
I'm a new father, and me and the child's mother haven't really been seeing eye to eye during, throughout her whole pregnancy. And it's to the point where we have split, we separated around 2 weeks before the child was here. And I'm trying to be involved father, but it's kind of hard when she's not communicating with me. I don't even know how the baby looks. She said I couldn't be at the hospital, and
were not.
Let him finish, Umar. How old is the baby too, by the way? Did she say how old the baby was?
Not there for the birth of your child?
Yes.
How old is your child now?
She could be maybe a week old now.
What do you mean she could be? Is this guy trolling? What you mean she could be?
Could be maybe a week old. So she didn't even tell you but the baby is here though. You're sure the baby was born?
Yes. The baby due date was November 8th. To my knowledge, the baby should be here by now.
I'm sorry, you guys. baby daddy tales. I just had to put that on in the lab because this is ridiculous. I don't know if this guy's trolling. Is he trolling? Is he making it up? I don't know. Maybe he just this chat room is the best. Maybe he just wants to talk to Umar. I don't know. 100% real, man. I'll let it play. Let's keep going. He said, "Is the baby born?" Maybe. She won't let me see it, but maybe it's born. I don't. But what city is the baby in? I don't know. I never met the mom. Wait a minute. What you mean you never met the mom? I said, well, how is it your baby? I don't know. It's just
baby should be here by now. I went through something similar, my brother. I went through the same.
I knew he was gonna do this. Here he go.
Thing with my youngest daughter, who's now 14.
Lene, this is some crazy shit. Umar need 2 bottles of ginger ale. Okay, bottles, not no cans. Here we go. I knew he was gonna do this.
Her mother did not invite me to the birth, nor did she tell me when my daughter was born. And that was because I'm not gonna get into. I have my reasons why. You know what I mean? Part of it was I didn't want to make her my wife, so I had to be punished. But there was a bigger reason for it as well. But it sounds like you have to go to.
I don't believe that at all.
Family court, and I don't wish that on any black man. I absolutely hate family court. But if this is a sample of how you're going to be treated with your child by her mother, I think you need to just go ahead and start family court on your own. If you initiate it, it looks a whole lot better than if she initiates it.
Yeah, but he don't even know if the baby's born, Umar. What are you talking about? He's gonna go on the court to file a paper. Okay, when is the baby born? I don't know. I don't know when the baby was born. You want to try to get custody of the baby? Yeah, but I don't know if the baby's here yet. This is crazy.
Well, here's the thing. I'm in the state of Georgia. You got to go through this thing called legitimation, where if you're not married to the mother, you don't have any legal rights to the child. So I went and filed.
Look at Umar. Look at this guy.
Got an attorney to file that, but the same day I filed that with an attorney, she filed a restraining.
Yeah, well, that's what Umar does all the time. He gets combative with the mom without hearing her side. Everything because what he does, and it's a good point, Ed Davis. What Umar does is he starts to project his own experiences as a deadbeat onto the situation.
Order where I couldn't even contact the hospital. I can't.
Well, there's a reason why, sir. You don't get a restraining order for no reason. So tell all of it. Don't just come in and woes me and again, I don't know the whole situation either, but don't come in as a man and try to act like you the victim here. You don't even know if the baby's born yet. I ain't never heard no shit like this in my life. Real talk, quick quartet. I'm 50. I'm 50. I've been on this, and I've done heard some great. Trust me, okay, trust me. But this right here, I'm 50. I ain't never heard nothing like this. Where you don't even know if the baby's born, but you're trying to act like you a victim, and then somehow you get a restraining order. Now, was it applied, or did she just apply for one? It's 2 different things. Does that make sense? Because if you were given a restraining order and the court was like, yeah, restraining order. Okay, well, guess what? Then you did something. Well, okay, but what was that exactly? Hold on a second. Here we go.
really do anything, get in contact with her regarding the child. So that kind of slowed up the legitimation and custody process.
Okay, but why? What happened? I gotta run this back.
I'm gonna come back to the Instagram tap-ins in a minute. Maybe a week old. So she didn't even.
I ain't never
14.
I never
mother
heard
did
nothing
not
like
invite
this.
me to the birth, nor did she tell me when my daughter was born. And that was because I'm not going to get into. I have my reasons why.
Yeah, it might be.
What I mean? Part of
it
was
might
I
not
didn't
be
want to
his
make her
baby.
my wife, so I had to be punished. But there was a bigger reason for it as well. But it sounds like you have to go to family court, and I don't wish that on any black man. I absolutely hate family court. But if this is a sample of how you're going to be treated with your child by her mother, I think you need to just go ahead and start family court on your own. If you initiate it, it looks a whole lot better than if she initiates it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm in the state of Georgia. You got to go through this thing called legitimation, where if you're not married to the mother, you don't have any legal rights to the child. So I went and filed. Got an attorney to file that. But the same day I filed that with an attorney, she filed a restraining order where I couldn't even contact the hospital.
I'm sorry, I gotta change out my earbud. So the restraining order, it sounds like it went into an effect and he couldn't even contact the hospital. There has to be a reason, right? He doesn't say what the reason was for it to be granted. He must have did something.
Initiates it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm in the state of Georgia. You got to go through this thing called legitimation, where if you're not married to the mother, you don't have any legal rights to the child. So I went and filed. Got an attorney to file that. But the same day I filed that with an attorney, she filed a restraining order where I couldn't even contact the hospital. I can't really do anything.
Yeah, if you can't contact the hospital, then it must be something really, really serious. He ain't telling all that though. This is crazy.
In contact with her regarding the child, so that kind of slowed up the legitimation and custody process. And I'm trying to be involved as much as I can. I mean, throughout her pregnancy.
Yeah, but how can you be involved as much as you can and you don't even know if the child's born?
I was at almost every doctor's appointment. Every doctor's appointment she would allow me to go, but I'm just at the point where it's like
yeah, but regardless, if they could put a restraining order where you couldn't even go to the hospital, there's something you ain't telling us.
I'm kind of like, it's getting. I'm to the point where it's like I don't know what else to do.
You got to stay with it, bro. You can't give up on your baby. My oldest daughter.
Here he go.
I went to every doctor's appointment and everything, and I still got excluded.
I don't believe that either. I don't believe that at all. And I'm gonna tell you guys why. Because at the time when Umar, his first baby mama, was pregnant, Umar was involved in all other types of stuff that he would not have time. And he wasn't an active participant. It was not like they were in a committed relationship. So I don't believe that at all, Umar. Not at all. Let me look on here on my timeline. He was put on child support in 2002. Just for reference, in 2000, Umar, he had graduated from Millersville University. He was pursuing a master's in school psychology. He also is working. He's rejoins the UNIA. He's also speaking, and he started a one-year internship in Philadelphia. Okay, he meets his first baby mama in 1999 at the age of 25. By the time he's 26, see, there's no way. In 2001, he gets his psychology certification. He becomes an Ifa devotee, allegedly. And I'll say that because he actually contradicts himself when he says that. But he starts working in 2001. And again, with everything that Umar claims that he was doing at that time as school psychologist, pursuing a master's degree, he's active in the UNIA. He's doing speaking engagements for the UNIA. And also, he's not in a committed relationship with the baby mama. I highly doubt that he actually went to all of the appointments. Highly doubt it.
But only after the first 6 years of life. The first 6 years of my oldest daughter's life, I had her more than her mother had her.
Yeah, that's impossible. He didn't even have custody. That's impossible. For the first 6 years. Okay, again, Umar, he's a school psychologist. He's pursuing a master's degree. In fact, at a certain point, he's pursuing 2 masters at the same time. He conceptualizes FDMG around that time. He's doing the Umar Johnson Boy Scouts program. He's involved in the UNIA. He takes a trip to Africa. I can go on and on and on. And he's working as a school psychologist. Cut it out.
But then when her mother intensified her keep away campaign, and when the courts wouldn't step up and do anything about it, you know, I was left incapacitated. I wasn't able to do anything, you know.
He's always the victim.
You know what I mean? But you got to fight, though. It's too early, though. You know what I mean? So you got to fight. As far as the restraining order, they have to prove that. You know what I mean? She has to prove grounds for why you need to.
Listen, I believe it sounds as if it was already proven, because if it wasn't proven, then he would have more information about the child, right? Let's see what he says.
To be restrained away from her. I have a restraining order hearing coming up right now by a stalker.
What?
That I know of, a girl who, you know, is stalking me. I no longer want a relationship with her. And so she got a restraining order to try to further, you know, slander me and dox me and
dox you? Listen, I ain't seen nobody dox you, Umar. What are you talking about? This guy
assassinate my character online. So she filed a fraudulent restraining order with all kind of lies in it.
I think I know what he's talking about, but I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna leave it right there. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Let's just go a little bit more into this. We're gonna pick it up right here tomorrow. Boy, this Umar is a trip.
You know what I mean? That she's going to have to prove in court none of it is true because she's the stalker. You know what I mean? So, you know, don't worry about that, bro. She has to defend that. She has to defend that. But don't give up on your baby, man. You got to keep going. That child did not ask to be here, and she needs you in her life. You keep on going. If you got to take a break and get your mind together, you take a break, but you get back out there for your baby because you made her, and she didn't ask to be here.
Look who's talking, deadbeat. His daughter's homeless right now, really struggling. And he ain't done nothing. We'll go to let's go another 2 minutes on this video, so that way I can say we're at the 2-hour mark. We'll pick it up there tomorrow.
Yeah. The only reason I was really considering like stopping is because I feel like the child's mother, you know, we haven't seen eye to eye throughout our relationship, but it's
y'all don't have to though. Y'all don't have to. Yeah. You get your partial custody from court, and you spend your time with your daughter on your time. You don't.
Well, that's what I suggested in the beginning. If he really wants to be but he don't even know if the child's born yet, so it's a moot point. And if you got a restraining order because you did something, you're gonna have a very difficult time getting custody or even visitation for that matter. You may just get supervised visitation like Umar got, even though he's a deadbeat.
Y'all don't have. I would like for y'all to work together. That's best for the child. But if she's not going to work with you, she's not going to work with you. But hopefully she will respect the court. See, in my case, neither of my children's mothers respected the court.
There you go. Show the paperwork then, Umar.
And the court never punished them for not following through. You see that? So
it's always someone else's fault. Umar, you're the one who abandoned your children. Cut it out.
You have to, you know what I mean? At least you have to.
He lies so much, it's incredible. He really does. He's such a liar. You know, and if his, let's say 2 out of the 3 baby mamas that I know about, but there's a 4th woman that tried to put him on child support. I don't know whatever happened with that, but let's say if 2 of them came forward, if 3 of them came forward and just told the truth, nothing but the truth, people would realize very quickly how much of a diabolical, sociopathic, narcissistic liar Umar is. He lies so much, it's incredible. And it's effortless.
Fight and see if she will respect the court order. You cannot quit because you haven't even done that yet. You got to get you a custody order and you got to fight.
I'm only 22, and this is just like I had to get 2 different attorneys for the custody and one for to get the restraining order dismissed. And it's to the point where it's like, I'm having to use all my finances for this. And
I feel bad for Umar already. Anyway, let's go. Let's finish this up. Got a minute.
There's a chance where the court may not even go in my, this may not even go in my favor.
Right. But we still got the fight. It sounds like you cannot quit, sir. You cannot.
Umar gave up on his children decades ago. Cut it out, Umar.
Quit. It's not easy, brother.
I shouldn't say decades. Over a decade ago.
I cried some days. You hear me fighting for my oldest daughter?
Boo-hoo. Cut it out. You always the victim and you cry. Meanwhile, when she really needs you, especially right now, you ain't done nothing. You've actually caused more harm to her. You called her baby Smurf. This guy, he's sick.
I cried some days. You know what I mean? When the courts wouldn't even, do anything about her mother, not let me see her, bro. It's painful. It's going to hurt you, but you have to do it because you got to be able to look your baby in the eye and let her know I fought for you.
This guy, boy.
Until I couldn't because the courts wouldn't back me up. You see, I fought with lawyers. I fought without lawyers, but you don't have any time in yet, good brother, is what I'm trying to say. You have not fought yet. You have to fight. If that means you got to get another job, you get another job, and just let this be a lesson to you. That
well, Umar, why don't you get a job? We ain't even talking about another one.
The next time you get with a woman, practice safe sex. So you.
I will get up, but I'm 50 and I ain't gonna try to do myself like that. I got enough exercise today when I try to jump over the bed. That's enough exercise for the next month. This guy talking about practice safe sex. My goodness.
Don't end up in a situation like this. I'm not blaming you for how she's treating you. She's dead wrong. But we live in a society where the baby moms are always right, even when they're wrong. Nobody's going to hold her accountable because she's a baby mom. That's the way it go. In my situation, I was always wrong, even when I was right. That's the world we live in. And that's why as men, we have to be careful about laying down with these women who are traumatized, have negative beliefs about fatherhood. I didn't
see, it's always the woman's fault, right?
Know that my daughter's mothers did not value Black fatherhood. They didn't value Black fatherhood, but I didn't know it.
This guy, he is a sick individual. Sitting inside his mama closet with his hands on his belly. It's like a little table. You see this? He'd probably be eating off his belly. He just be snacking. He'd be having chips and dip, salsa, little cheeses. You know, little cheeses? Yeah. Ain't no plate either. You just put it on, on that belly table. Little cheeses. Cut it out. You need to cut it out. Little hot pockets. All right. We almost done.
And that's one thing that we as Black men have to really assess for when we get with these women. Does she value Black fatherhood? Does she value Black fatherhood?
Why? Why are you eating chips and dip right now? This is a serious show. Come on. Is there anyone else eating chips and dip right now? I'm jealous because I'm hungry. Let's just be real about it. I'm hungry. He got Pop-Tarts. He probably keep a toaster inside his mama closet for the Pop-Tarts. Yeah, I didn't know that unprotected sex led to pregnancy. I just didn't know. All right, let me get up out of this chat. Someone said chips and grits. Cut it out. Oh. There are people. Why are you guys eating chips? This is a serious show. Come on. This isn't entertainment. Cut it out. All right. Let's go.
My oldest daughter, man, when she came back into my life this year, crashing out, I couldn't believe that her mother didn't raise her the way that I thought she was raising her.
Oh, no. We got to stop right here. Man, this is sad. Oh, he don't have no shame. Something's wrong with him. I'm talking about up here and emotionally, something is just wrong with this guy. She's homeless right now. I don't want to be talking about, but she's been homeless for some time. And she's out there trying to survive, doing whatever she has to survive. She's still a baby. Real talk. And look what Umar does even now, after everything that's happened this year. He's still harboring this animosity from back then, and he's still harboring it. And this is what he does. Okay, we'll pick it up tomorrow right here. He's so shameful. He's such a disgrace. He really is. Thank you guys so much. We're at the 2-hour mark. We'll start a little bit before that. It's so sad. This guy, and he's always the victim. It's always someone else's fault. You noticed before when he's trying to placate to the black women, it's all the black men, their fault, blah blah blah, and you know, you need to do this, sister, blah blah blah, because he wants them to bring them out to speak, because that's also an opportunity to crush cookies and get money. See, but then when the brother calls in and starts telling his story, and now he's a victim and so forth, Umar, he right away he goes into this whole spiel about himself, and then now all of a sudden it's the black women's fault. Y'all catch that? Okay, we'll pick this up tomorrow. Umar, he's diabolical. Yeah, y'all give me 10 seconds. I gotta change this battery out real quick.
Introducing the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Swagger and plenty of game with phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where my the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Style, swagger, and plenty of game. With phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where my Introducing the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Style, swagger, and plenty of game. With phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where my
All right, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? I was having problems with my connection here. Someone sent me this. This is crazy. Let me play it one more time.
Introducing the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Style,
They got the kids. He on his phone too.
swagger, and plenty of game. With phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App.
With
Wait,
phone,
what?
gin bottle, plush
Phone, gin bottle. Snow bunny and zebra cakes.
bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where my
One more time.
Introducing the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Style, swagger, and plenty of game. With phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where my
He said it's coming next year. Yeah, someone sent me that. Shout out to the person who sent it, boy. Congrats, that's undefeated. Real quick, let me Kogo says, was Umar Johnson ever homeless in his life besides now? Saw a cleanup video where he said he's been homeless a long time ago. Yes. Now he could be referring to when he was a child, because he said that they were in a homeless shelter. What I think, based upon what Lene had said and information that she brought to the forefront, I think that part of them going homeless had to do with the allegation that they were fleeing Jamal when they had moved down to North Carolina, and that when they come back, they're just trying to find a place to stay. That could be what he's talking about. There's another video where Umar was talking about how they were homeless and this type of thing. But this, Kogo, this may be something totally different. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Umar hasn't said too much about being homeless, but he did state that. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something else. I think that Umar has been homeless at different points though too. Right? He did have his own place consistently from 2010 to 2019, at least 2010. It could have been before that, but they were trying to start the process of evicting him back in 2010 because they had financial problems. By that time, he had given up his career as a school psychologist and he wasn't working consistently. All of this correlates. You guys can look at this. I've done all the research. But this time around, by the time he gets to 2019, he's unable to resolve the financial aspect, and they go through the process. He gets evicted, and he's been homeless now since that time. But is it possible that Umar was homeless prior to 2010 at a point other than when he was a child? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. I wouldn't be surprised at it at all. Because I even used to think about how he used to, like, when he was quote unquote searching for schools, and he would get into buildings and there's no one there. He doesn't have a key. So how is he doing that? Well, it's like a homeless person just looking around and trying to find a place to stay, sneak in here, sneak in there, break a window to get in, that kind of stuff. No, I'm not saying that that's what he was doing, but I remember back then that's something that I thought about. Like, he seems very comfortable just going up into random buildings and then live streaming and acting like he's looking for a school there. Well, how is he getting into inside these buildings? He must be used to that type of behavior. Okay. Again, I don't know that for sure. I would not be surprised though. Okay. Thank you, Coco, for the super chat. Opsa says, has there been any GoFundMe for his daughter? Not that I know of. If she established one, I would probably support, but I don't think that money is the answer for her. I don't think that that's what she needs. It's not that she needs money. She doesn't need, it's not that she needs clothes. It's not that she needs a phone. Okay. What she needs is mental health services from professionals to get her stabilized and hopefully get her admitted so that she can start getting things together in her personal life. But it starts in the mind in the first place. That's what she needs. No amount of money is going to fix what's going on, right? It's not. But if she actually put something together, or let's say if it was her mother, and I don't want to even go here, but let's say a family member that loved her. I'm not talking about Umar because he don't care. And they're trying to get money together to get her the mental health services and psychological services, and they were going to go through the process of doing all that. I would support it. I would promote it too. But just giving her money because of where she's at, it's not going to solve things. It's much more dire than that, and she needs professional help from professionals in the mental health field. And not just one here, one there. I'm talking about ongoing. Okay. And it's amazing to me. No, it's not. It's not that it's amazing. It's sad. It's an indictment against Umar as a father and as a so-called professional that he has not taken an active role to get her the help that she needs. And that he'll get online trying to tell other people what they should be doing with their children. Meanwhile, he's a deadbeat, don't take care of his own. What kind of man? It's a disgrace. Opsa says, I think Umar is like Dexter, no feelings, just good at pretending all he feels is anger, fear, ego, and jealousy, no idea of actual love. I agree. I think Umar's palette in terms of emotions are largely centered around negative emotions. Fear and ego, well, not the ego, jealousy, anger. I don't think he feels joy in a traditional sense. Like most people would feel joy. I don't think he feels love he's a sociopath. My wife, she watches that show, Dexter. She watched that show, and I never got into it, but she likes. We've talked about it, and she talked about how really he was crazy, but he kind of give him a pass because he's going after certain types of people. I don't know all the storyline or nothing like that, but it sounded intriguing. If I had time, I would probably watch it. But yeah, I think there's a truth to this that Umar, his palette in terms of emotions, it's very limited, and angry person, fearful. That's where the paranoia, a lot of his paranoia deals with that, and he's extremely jealous. I'm gonna tell y'all something. That's another correlation between. We're gonna finish up. There's another correlation between Umar and Dempsey. Dempsey was extremely jealous of me. He really was, and it was so apparent to me. He's not the only one, but he was extremely jealous. For different reasons. One is a skin color because he has these hangups about that. He also talked about in the past how he looks and how he's not a quote unquote attractive. Listen, that's your issue. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Okay. I'm a family man. I've struggled, but I've been here from the beginning. I'm not online trying to do songs about getting with other women and all this kind of stuff. Him trying to even sing and be a musician. That's him trying to be like me. But really, real talk, the whole time he was disparaging me as a person because it made him feel better about himself. Well, Umar does the exact same thing. He does the exact same thing. Extremely jealous person. He ain't the only one. There's plenty of people who are like that. Right? Thank you, Upsa, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, thanks everyone for tuning on in. I hope I got to all the super chats. It was a gang of them. Also, thanks everyone who voted on the poll. Let me check on to see where we're at with the likes. Our goal is 700. We got 775. Thank you guys so much. Let's see if we can get 20 to 800 before we get up out of here, because I got 2 more videos to play. Someone just sent it to me. Thank you so much. This was Umar, and they're short. They're like 20 seconds, and then we'll play the outro. This was Umar inside when he was out in Canada last year.
I had not raising funds for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I was 2 years away from that. Barack Obama was president at the time. And so here we are, almost 3 presidents later, but I'm glad to be back. My apologies for June. Don't you ever let a Caucasian spray his ancestors into your womb.
Oh my goodness, here you go.
It was unacceptable. So that's
But it's okay for Umar to impregnate all these black women and don't take care of none of the kids or the women for that matter.
Black men too, both ways. Both ways. You heard she said, brothers, stop the bunny hop. Stop the bunny hop. Black women ever. Here's what I was saying to my sister.
They ain't even listening to him. People talking.
Because most of what you said involves reconstruction of the black man's mindset by black men.
This is kind of awkward, isn't it? There's one more. Here we go.
If you couldn't find a black woman who's good enough for you,
go to Africa.
Black women done drive equal to the white man.
Yes,
Too many single black women for black men to be going outside of the race. We can't help who we love. You didn't say that when we was hanging from trees.
Yeah, but none of us were ever hanging from trees, Umar. What are you talking about?
Your ass away from that white woman back then. Now all of a sudden you can't get no freedom. Because something denied you for so long is now considered by you your greatest prized possession.
No. Well, he says possession. That's interesting.
Against the Caucasian woman, but I'm for the black woman and the black family. And being for the black woman and the black family does not make me a hater of other groups.
That's right.
But in order for black people to get to where we need to be, we got to put ourselves
Why he always yelling?
First. Yes. Black people first. Black women first. Black men first. Black children first.
Wow, he talking about black children first, but he's a deadbeat.
All things African first.
This reminds me of that speech he did in Awaken.
Collectively, there would be no school to prison pipeline if we was taking
There go that bag. Uh-oh.
these boys the right way.
He probably got chicken gizzards, chicken guts, salami, some Hot Pockets.
The majority of responsibility falls on the floor.
Of course, your enemy is never responsible to solve your problem.
No, I will not. Go ahead.
He's such a pretendian. All right. She was found in Maryland, took to hospital. And I know all of that that's been going on. People sent it to me. I don't follow it, but people send me videos, and it's truly sad. You know, it's truly sad. Man. Yeah. And Umar, he doesn't care. Thank you. What is that? Blockton Brumla for the super chat. Everyone else, thank you for all the super chats. If you send in Cash Apps or PayPal during this live stream, I want to thank you for that as well. Did we get to 800 likes? Let's see here. I just want to check, not to be greedy. 782. Okay, we need 18 more likes to get to the goal. If you haven't hit that like button, you enjoyed the show today, make sure you hit that like button. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a shorter show. I may even start a little bit earlier because I want to make sure that we get done with this so that we can be reset. And I also have the next segment of the documentary that I'm working on, and I should have either it's going to be Saturday or Sunday. I'll let you guys know when the premiere for that. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and as we always do,
we had donate to the school, $sign FDMG school on your Cash App. $sign FDMG school on your Cash
okay.
App.
Yeah, I'll play it one more time. Here you go.
Introducing the Prince of Panhandlism Deluxe Talking Figure. Style, swagger, and plenty of game. With phone, gin bottle, plush bunny, and zebra cakes included.
Hit the Cash App. FDMG is coming next year.
Where
It says next year.
We had, yes, donate
right,
to the
drop
school,
the quick
$sign
that.
FDMG school on your Cash App. $sign FDMG school on your Cash App. $sign FDMG school on your Cash App. $sign FDMG school on your Cash App. If you need to mail in your donation, Make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire.
Yes,
we're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand?
There you go, Maria.
Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution.
Yeah, thanks to all for all of the birthday wishes too, and on the other videos people have been posting. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Everyone too yesterday for blessing me with the super chats and stuff on my birthday. I appreciate y'all. Here we go.
Okay. Trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10. Come on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
Boy, that's diabolical. Yeah, Maria. Shout out to all of the Latinas in the building. Gracias y todo por good.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
He sure was.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
FDMG is coming.
Boy, this is crazy. Who put that in
It's
there?
coming. FDMG, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. How's it going, lady? Good night, everyone. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. Kev said it.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Boy, that's crazy. Thank you, Laura.
Oh, it's coming.
Brother Jose.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
It's twerking. Yeah, it is. I'm so blessed. Thank you guys so much. You guys are such blessings in my life. I love y'all so much. And I'll be back tomorrow with another live stream as Umar does his thing. Chef Papa trying to get them cookie. He's funny though. He's entertaining. We'll say that. Okay, please enjoy the rest of the evening. Thanks everyone for tuning on in, and thanks everyone again for all the support with the super chats. And if you sent them Cash App or PayPal, humbly I say thank you. All right, Cook Chat's undefeated. I love you guys, and I'll talk with y'all soon. All right, take care. Peace.